the dictator in chief, Ron DeSantis, who it seems like whatever he wants to do in Florida, he just does it. So, a permanent ban, well, a ban on permanent alimony, I should say, a ban on permanent alimony in Florida. That's actually happening. It's actually going down, and a lot of women are upset about that. But we're going to get into it. We're going to break down the nuts and bolts of that. In addition to other things, we got a lot of things on the table here, but we are going to talk about the whole notion, the whole idea that we're going to look at with the bill and exactly what's changed and what's not changed, what's good for men written in there, what's not good for men. We're going to break all of that down and really dig into it. But overall, I do view this as a win. I view DeSantis as somebody who's fighting a good fight, but pissing a lot of people off in the process. A lot of people don't like the whole 2 lines changed in the whole slavery curriculum or the Black history curriculum, where they're going to mention that that the slaves acquired skills during slavery and used them to their benefit, or something of the sorts like that. We went over it. It was some stuff embedded in there that I understand is going to make a lot of people raise an eyebrow. I raised the eyebrow at some of it too, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that he's doing and getting done that I view as a net positive for men. It's the acknowledgement that you can't have alimony for life and no fault divorce going at the same time. That was sort of alluded to in the whole framework of how everything was written up there. But I could argue that they probably listening to Manospherians, but okay, that's a whole nother story. But let's get into it. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What's up, salute, and what's going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here today. Shout out to Holding My Nuts in the building. Says peace be R. Shout out to RW. Shout out to the Mac the Trucker. Says salute everyone. Shout out to LaShawn Jefferson in the building. Says she not having my baby. She's going $. I think that meant butt cheeks out. Oh, okay. She's going, okay, cool. She ain't got your kids. She gotta be, yeah, okay, got it. That looked weird when I read it. Deadly Raver in the building. Shout out to you. He says, oh, snaps. Look like I managed to get in the door early today. What's up, everybody? What's up, Salute, and shout out to Deadly Raver. Do appreciate you being in the building. Shout out to you being in the building. RG3 in the building says, LMAO, Bernard, what did you do to Gabe A? He does not like you or enjoys trolling you. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, if based off everything you said, my only assumption is that he must be panel hopping, talking shit about me. Other than that, I don't know what you're talking about. I have heard him do that. Somebody sent me a clip of him doing that, but if he's been recently doing that and on that, I have no idea about it. I don't know. I doubt that, you know. So no, but no, he don't like me. That's no. Oh, okay, he over there trolling. Okay, trolling saying that Ramil took the morning away. Like that was like over a year and a half ago. Ramil numbers just been crazy. So that ain't really even a thing. My morning show, I used to go on regularly at 9. I stopped going on regularly at 9 a.m. long before Ramil blew up like that. My time slowly moved up to like 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. to 11. So now it would be sometime between 11 and 12. And that started gradually happening before. That started happening before just keeping it real, Ramil successfully flipped the space upside down. I'm not going to get into the details of it, but yeah, he did successfully just flip the whole space upside down, I had one talk with him behind the scenes, not behind, well, it was just through, I don't know when this was. This may have been back when I was still a Patreon of him. I mean, may have been when I was still a Patreon of him. I said something, I forgot how the conversation started. I think his people was talking a bunch of, they was basically trying to talk shit, making it out to be a competition. And then I was just like, look, man, I just made it clear with him. Like, look, I ain't no ill will. I don't agree with what you're doing, but congratulations. You're doing the damn thing. Me and you used to always be on at the same time. Sometimes my numbers will be better. Sometimes his be better, but I'm like, hey, you winning right now. Congratulations. You're doing your thing. And, and that's that. That's that. Now I don't like or respect what he's doing. Don't get that twisted. I don't get that twisted, but just from content standpoint, hey, if you're winning, you're winning. But I think what he's doing is some bullshit. But if you're winning, you're winning. So just behind, the only conversation me and him ever had, on this shit. The only conversation me and him ever had is just me just saying, hey, you're doing your thing. That's it. So no. People, I don't know what it is or what. Probably because they know my stance on SBE. That's what it is. People know I was the one who, from the very start, the first one who took a hard stance against that shit. So it's like maybe that's why they always want to, Ramil to come over here, Ramil this. Like, no, it's like it ain't no beef there. It's just a concept that him and somebody else developed that I firmly disagreed with, that I thought was some nonsense. And then I just, moved on, parted ways. Not with them, but just with aspects of the space that wanted to go in that direction. And that's it. That's it. The people in the space that want to go in that direction, I say, hey, go in that direction, do that, do your thing. I'm over here standing tall doing my thing. Y'all free to do y'all thing. But when people come over here with the shit, oh yeah, I am going to rebut the bullshit. But that ain't even, I'm not attacking no content creators when I do that. Well, maybe some. But I don't go ham. I don't go ham like that. I kind of do my own thing. But when they come over here with the bullshit, if you come over here making a bad argument, I will refute your bad argument. That's about it. That's about it. That's where I stand on that. But all right, let me get into it. The Mac Trucker says, I look at everyone, but I'm not trying to start a beef. What is with niggas? Yeah. The Clue Channel says trademark gate started all this. No, it didn't. Kevin Samuels started this conversation. to quote Obie Allen. Kevin Samuels started this. Kevin Samuels is the reason why some people in the space completely flipped the script. Or they would argue that the space flipped the script. But I'm not even rehashing the details of that. But it was Kevin Samuels started that shit. Kevin Samuels blew up, and people had certain reactions to it that snowballed into all kind of other shit. Like that's what happened, and that's what's still kind of going on. However, and I hate that I'm even talking about this, but y'all come in my chat room with this shit. But no, Pearl was irrelevant. No. To what we talking about? The recent debacle, that's a very recent debacle in the last 3 months that Jason Black engineered when it come to Pearl, because he had Nick Fuentes on there. That's a very recent debacle. The space, shit going awry or changing up in the space, that goes back to Kevin Samuels. Pearl was never really in the space. She got thrusted upon us after she blew up. She got thrusted upon us after she. Okay, Mask. Yeah, men against slandering Keisha. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I take back what I said. I do be talking shit and taking shots. Now I do realize that. Shout out to Game Changer for coming up with that. It is a lot of that going on in the space where they call it whatever they want to call it. I say the Game Changer came up with it, but I say it's Mask, men against slandering Keisha. It's a lot of that shit going on. A lot of that shit going on, and when I see it, I will call it out. But yeah, let me get back into it. But no. Pearl, I argued till I was blue in the face that Pearl was an irrelevant non-factor. She blew up. She got into that little back and forth with Hafiz, where Hafiz just lost his shit. Clue Channel says Mask is as gay as SBE. You're missing the point. It's not that it's as gay as SBE. It's I don't call it gay. They're synonymous. Not just playing. All right, man. Y'all got me into some shit now. Y'all got me into some shit. But if you're criticizing men for, telling a raggedy bitch that she a raggedy bitch, then you're a man against slandering Keisha. So SBE and Mask, yeah, they're one and the same. They're the same thing. But all right, let me get back into it. Yeah, for now y'all gonna make it out to be a beef. But hold on, what did this start? This started from y'all saying Gabe A was on Ramil panel talking shit. All right, that's what Gabe A do. Gabe A is the same person that when Sub-Zero, who's doing a IT Academy for Black men, Gabe A came his ass on here. Went on other panels trying to criticize that, trying to throw dirt on that. Like that lets you know that it's nothing about what you do is genuine if you can find fault in Theo doing an IT Academy for Black men, trying to get Black men into making six figures doing IT, working from home. Sub-Zero trying to get Black men into making around six figures or making six figures doing IT, working from home. If you finding fault in that and bending over backwards to find fault in that, then you are, that's like the most dishonorable shit I ever seen. Like, I was legit angry after that stream. Like, I just couldn't believe it. But this space, for some reason, it breeds people like that. And that's where I made this thumbnail right here. This was Black men legit be trying to do. sit on the branch of the black manosphere and cutting at the branch. That's what black men do. But all right, man. We about to get into it. One second. I believe I put that link. Oh shit, I never sent it. That's why. Okay. There it is. The link is sent. My bad. The link is sent. And here goes somebody right there. He say, chop down the whole tree. Chop down the whole tree of the black manosphere, which has sparked, and inspired a whole group of, basically like a whole online, and I'm not even talking about just the black manosphere. I'm talking about far reaching. It's people not even connected to the black manosphere who are going in, making all the same arguments, doing all the same stuff, saying all the same stuff, and they're accurate and they're right. Median man, he's sort of connected, but he breaking down the data inside and out. It's all kind of people. I can't even name the names. There's more people than what I can even name. It's people who I don't even think they on YouTube. They just on other platforms doing the thing, blowing up. Got 100,000 subs. Getting word and message out there for men. And then there's people like him, chop the whole tree down. We don't need men speaking up for men. The way men act and the way men thought is just fine. Men getting taught to frame, men thinking women made of sugar and spice and everything nice, and it's just you could just trust them and just love them and treat them right, and everything will be great. All the programming to effeminize men, like we don't need a counterpunch. We don't need a space where men, talk about that shit and break the shit down and pick it apart and offer counter argument and rebuttal to the bullshit to give men the information that they need so they can move accordingly. Like, no, we don't need that. Cut the whole tree down. Cut the whole tree down. It's like, that's bullshit. I won't even say it's like manosphere light. Some of them go hard. Some of them are manosphere light. But either way it go, a message is being carried. And how could any black man who claims to, who hang out in this space, be around this space, and agree with the shit in this space, also want the space to end? It's like the most goofy, counterintuitive thing ever. I be pulling out Star Wars analogies on you. It's like when it came to all the bullshit and propaganda against men, when it came to against black men, when it came to black women, Kevin Samuels, I said he was like Luke Skywalker. He blew up the Death Star with that show, being that big, that popular. That changed the game. That changed everything. But the fact of the matter is, we didn't even have to wait for the Empire to strike back, because niggas just lost their shit after that big of a victory. Niggas just lost their shit and started attacking each other. It's like, so yeah, niggas. All right. So anyway, shout out to Snuggles. Sorry, I got me all off subject here. Shout out to Snuggles in the building. Says, I find it very interesting you people talk about free speech and respecting each other, but you all don't need to do that to each other. I agree with that statement, even though it's some sort of bullshit in there. And here's the deal. The people that's talking that truly talk about free speech, and they say free speech and respecting each other. See, that's why it's like you go all over. I don't know if somebody, I don't know who's giving an impassioned speech about we got to respect one another. I don't know who exactly is doing that per se, but just the free speech thing. Yeah, the free speech is a legitimate thing that we legitimately think is valuable, because if we not for free speech, who's the first speech that's going to be silenced is more than likely going to be ours. So we have to be for free speech, But what do you mean by y'all don't need to do that to each other. Nobody's speech is being stopped. Now, it was a time when I didn't let people come in here and take a shit in my living room floor. I was blocking people, but that's not me stifling free speech. They're free to go speak wherever they want. That's not governmental sanctions on their speech. That's me saying, no, you can't come in my house and piss on the floor. So I don't really know what you mean. But thank you for the super chat, Snuggles. I do appreciate that.
Hi, I'm Snuggle. Snuggly softness. That's really less expensive.
Wow, he said the Simpire strikes back. Wow. Snuggle668 in the building says, who would you consider to be Anakin? Who would you consider to be Obi-Wan Kenobi? Who will be Master Yoda? Who will be Mace Windu? That is a good one. Damn it, Snuggles. That's a good one. Thank you for that's one I had to think on. Thank you for putting 5 on that. That's a good one. Shit. You got me thinking. You really got me thinking. But let's get into it. I can't even. I had to stop the whole show if I really went in on that. I remember it was a while ago. Angry Man did a stream where he took Game of Thrones, or no, he took The Wire and like said which person in the manosphere is which character in The Wire. I think he did that with Game of Thrones. No, I don't think that was him. No, but I think he definitely did that with The Wire. It was pretty good. That's what the whole Anakin thing. Who would be Anakin? Yeah, you got to find somebody who turned. And I ain't even trying to start no shit. You had to find somebody who turned. I'll just say that. Okay, y'all are being stupid. Y'all are being stupid. Pearl is somebody in a neighboring galaxy that comes by every now and then. Like, don't be stupid. That's a good one. Mace Windu would be hood conservative to use the dark and the light of the Force. Yeah. That's a good one right there. That is legitimately a good one. See, here's the thing. It was a time when Obsidian was on trajectory to be Anakin. That's why I was trying to start no shit. It was a time when that was Obsidian, but he came back. Obsidian came back. Obsidian went to the dark and came back to the light. But no, that's fairly accurate. Y'all obsessed with Pearl. Like that's like until Jason Black. Until Jason Black, Pearl, that was the white manosphere thing problem. Like, yeah, not even problem, but yeah. Again, baked into the cake of the people that like to just attack the black manosphere, Pearl has to be y'all using Pearl as a stick just because she's a white girl who does manosphere content, and she have British blackish chicks on her couch who are the intellectual midgets that she dunk on during her show. Other than that, she has no connection to blackness or the black manosphere other than when people tried to force her into the space. And by people, I mean people who wanted to attack the space by forcing her into the space and saying she was our leader. If y'all don't get that, then y'all just weird. Man, see, why do you fuck y'all distracting me with this shit? Jason Black is Darth Vader. Oh my goodness. All right. This is too good of a topic that I just gotta move the fuck on. I gotta move the fuck on because I'll be here all day entertaining this. So I do gotta move on. Now, what am I moving on to? All right, let's get into it. Before I get into the Florida thing, I did have a preliminary topic, a pre topic that I wanted to get into. Sinji is Palpatine. Who is Jabba? Darth the Gator. Omega Dread said he an Ewok. All right. Let me get into it. Y'all got me stumbling out the gates here. But this is some good stuff. MOT, in my opinion, is getting his Anakin on too. He was quoted saying that if you come on this internet and you say anything about this black woman, your channel should be deleted. Like so that's on the Anakin spectrum to me. Oh man. No, we're not talking about. Okay, never mind. All right. Let me start the show. Shout out to everybody in the building. Do appreciate each and every one of y'all. Let's get into it. Oh my goodness. All right, y'all got me going. All right, here we go. All right, we in here. Let's see. I wish that looked better. I really wish that looked better. You know what? No, I'm going to make it look better. One moment, good people. 184 people in the building. I appreciate y'all rocking with me during this slow start. Very slow start to the show. I appreciate it. Chat room got me distracted, but that's the beauty of the live stream show. I just kick it and talk to y'all, and then we get into the topic. And so that's wonderful. But all right. All right, what are we looking at here? And let's get that banner out the way. I think I'm gonna beat you to the punch on that banner. Right there. All right, let's get that banner out the way. And let's do a look at with no music. Okay, now what do we have here? All right. We got a girl twerking. Now, I'm not just showing you a girl twerk just because we like to look at women twerk. There's a reason for that. It says Drea shows the true meaning of shake some after getting her big booty Judy results from Natural Fit. Okay. What is Natural Fit, you may say? Well, I'm glad you asked. Natural Fit, to now pull back up what I had up here on Instagram. Natural Fit. Oh no, we don't need sound. No sound, because I ain't trying to get to lose the copyright thing. All right. Now it says over here in the corner. And we're gonna get to the Florida thing. Just give me a second. I just wanted to touch on this. It says, ladies, OMG, look at Drea. Going viral after showing her big booty Judy results with Natural Fit. At Natural Fit. All right. What is Natural Fit? My gosh, we knew we were the best to ever do this, but damn, she took things to a whole other level with this one. We don't need to prove anything further. Here's the interesting part. We don't need to prove anything further. Our creams are the best on this planet. Definition of shake some is truly hers, period. Take advantage of our buy now and pay later options with Shop Pay. We are almost sold out. Website link is in bio. at naturalfit.com. All right. So they on the Instagram. They is on the gram talking about they selling some magical cream that's supposed to make they ass bigger. They be calling it they selling the natural BBL. Okay, that's what they be calling it. they selling the natural BBL. It's butt cream. You rub it on your butt and it make your butt bigger and it give it a BBL effect. The thing ain't been through no clinical test, no FDA approval, no nothing. We just it's just true because just trust me, bro. It's like those are their their sources cited. But that's what they're doing. Now it's funny because we talking about all the nigga shit in the manosphere. Because there's people out here be trying to low key lightweight, accuse the manosphere content creator of grifting. But if you want to know what a grift is, this is a grift. When you're selling snake oil, you're showing a random picture of a chick twerking, no before and after, no evidence that she even rubbed any cream. You just found a random chick on the internet twerking her ass and saying, our magic booty cream did this. So go to Shop Pay. And you could do the no money down or how they be on them infomercials for 4 easy payments of $19.99. You can buy butt cream. Now, I went down the rabbit hole because it's saying right there, okay, at Natural Fit. But by the way, that's a grift, okay? That's how a grift works. But I went down the rabbit hole. I clicked on Natural Fit. This is the Instagram page. 322K followers, by the way. Selling magical butt cream. Now, they didn't have a before or after with that chick, but I was like, okay, maybe they got some before and afters on their Instagram page. And lo and behold, right away, let me hurry up and click before I see something that's going to get me, that's don't want to put too many cheeks on the screen. But all right. We got a before and after. We got a before and after here, okay? It says, ladies, our big booty Judy is officially a force to be reckoned with. We've disproved thousands of naysayers who thought our creams wouldn't work for them, just as our friend at Sharon Ambitious did. We have nothing else to prove, and we say this with all humility, that we're the best to ever do this shit. So if you're looking to achieve a big booty the natural way with no surgery needed, then you know just where to come. Take advantage of our buy now and pay later option with Shop Pay. Link in the bio, naturalfit.com. So, all right. Here is the before and after chick. This is her before and after booty. This is her before and after. The before picture, the after picture looks like a woman perhaps in her early 30s. That's the after picture. The before picture looks like a fast high school sophomore. Like they damn near pulled out her prom pictures talking about some before and after. They practically pulled out her prom picture versus her early 30s mom body. What did the chick say? The Kiki Palmer. Her son gave her some ass. This looked like the daughter of the chick. The chick on the left looked like her daughter. Looked like her daughter, not the cream. Her daughter gave her the ass after she had the baby. Her hips got wider and she got thicker. But they're trying to explain that this is the before and after. Clearly, she a decade younger over here. Clearly, like when people be accusing people of grifting, this is what the actual this is what actual grifting looks like. All right. This is what grifting look like. Like you could look at her back. You could look at the back of her, the younger version of her on the left, and see no back rolls. Like, did she rub the booty cream on her back too? Because I mean, apparently the back got fatter. She got rolls on the back that wasn't there before. It's like this is what a grift looks like. They're trying to convince us. They're trying to convince us that this came from a cream. We're trying to convince women, because I suppose women are. I mean, if they got 322K subs, I mean followers. So I assume that they are they doing something. They moving some product. But they got before and afters of chicks using their senior pictures versus their current pictures as the before and after. So for those who are, confused about what a grift is, that's a grift. You're selling a false product, a fake product that doesn't exist, that doesn't work. You're selling snake oil. You're selling magical juju beans or something that's going to help somebody, rub this magic cream on your legs and you'll grow 3 inches taller. Like that, if you convince somebody of something like that, then you successfully pulled off a grift. You did. Yeah. Doing manosphere content, of which we do, informative, entertaining content with a message or so behind it, that the people who hear it agree with the message and want to see the message continue and go on, so they support the content creator who gives the message that they agree with, that they support. That's not a grift. let's not, make no mistakes about that one. Just throwing that on out there. But no, I saw that on the internet. I'm gonna start doing more of that. When I just see random stuff on the internet, I'm like, oh, I got to run this by. I'm like, I got to run this by y'all, because that was just too out there. That was just too out there and too ridiculous. But another thing. Oh shoot, where is it at? Yeah, it's a couple things I'm gonna get into before I get into the Florida thing. I'm getting to a couple things. Give me a minute.
Hold up.
Give me a minute. Where the hell did I go? I ran into this. The internet is undefeated. But y'all remember when the whole Carly Russell thing was going on, and they were talking about all the stuff she was Googling before she tried to pull off her heist? We're talking about she saw a baby on the highway and all of that. She was Googling the Taken movie. She was Googling how to get away with this, how to do that. She was Googling all kind of stuff, rather TV shows, movies, anything about kidnapping, abduction, and this or that. Well, apparently she also looked up a Kevin Hart stand-up as well.
And the fucking baby was running. Sorry, I'm late. I was on the highway, and the fucking baby was running on the highway. Yeah, I know, right? Shit's crazy. So I get.
This is from like 5 years ago, by the way. No, probably even more. More like probably 8 years ago. just listen to this shit. Listen to how much this sounds like Carly Russell trying to explain herself to the FBI.
Running on the highway. I was on the highway, and the fucking baby was running on the highway. Yeah, I know, right? Shit's crazy. So I get out the car, I start chasing the baby. In my mind, I'm like, why you running, baby? That's what I'm thinking, right? But I'm like, what do you do? Because I can't just grab the baby and throw the baby in the car. That's kidnapping. I fuck around, go to jail. I got a little butt. I'll get raped. I know they fucking rape me in jail. I ain't trying to get raped. So I had to make a decision. I was like, shit, what do I do? So I decided to adopt the baby. What I did was I downloaded this app on my iPhone, this Adopt the Baby app, right? I put the barcode on the baby head. Boop. That way the baby knew he was my baby. I put the baby in the car. I go to pull off. I turn around. A deer was running towards the car. So I'm like, oh, shit. This deer is about to eat the baby. That's what I'm thinking, right? But then I look closer. I noticed the front part of the deer was a deer. The back half was a zebra. It was half deer, half zebra. So I'm like, oh, shit. It's a deer, bro. Like, that's what I'm thinking. It's a fucking deer, bro. So I call a zoo.
You can't. All right, that's it. I'm gonna stop it right there. But I had to show that. Everybody's saying it ain't about you being a fan of Kevin Hart. That joke by itself probably wasn't even all that funny, because he was talking about, excuses people make when they late for work. That was his original joke. All right, not all that funny. But in light of the Carly Russell shit, I say that's pretty damn funny now. I would definitely say the Carly Russell situation definitely revived that joke. Yeah. Shout out to everybody, but make sure you hit the like button. But all right, we about to get into the main topic. Told him my nut says says Kevin Hart is funny. I think he's funny. It's just he was doing Sold Out concerts where basically the stadium that he was doing a concert in was like the size of Texas. Like he had the whole population of Texas at his stand-ups. Like he was like looking like bigger than anybody ever in comedy. And like, he ain't that damn funny to where like I didn't get why it seemed like a million people was coming to his shows. I didn't get how he was selling out the Dallas Cowboys stadium. I didn't get that. I didn't think he was that funny. But he is funny though. And his stand-up, not that stand-up we were just looking at, the one called Seriously Funny. Look that one up. That was his funniest one. That was when he was right on the edge of getting as big as he got. When he was right on the edge of getting that big, but wasn't that big yet, that's when he was funny. But then once he got super big, once he got just super big, then it's like the funny started to come down a little bit. And that could be just because the expectations were so high. It's expectations you can't possibly live up to. But when he was just a guy doing comedy and was funny and just started blowing up, then yeah, it was legit. I rocked with it. But no, he definitely had a moment. Jackie says Kevin Hart is more silly than funny. I hear that. Clue says he's funnier as an actor. I hear that one too. I get it. He's funny in Soul Plane. Yeah, perhaps. Leon Anthony say he's entertaining. He's not that funny. Fair enough. But, all right. Now let's get into the topic. Let's get into the main topic. I didn't mean to drag it out this long. Y'all distracted me. Real bad early on. Yeah, I really did. But all right. Let's get into it. Let's get it started. All right. Florida, Ron DeSantis, it seemed like other governors don't be getting shit done. It seemed like other people, be in positions, they don't get a damn thing done. But DeSantis, it seems like what the fuck he want to do, that's what he do. He's like the dictator in chief out there in Florida. It's like if DeSantis woke up and said, God damn it, I think everybody should get free chocolate ice cream on Sunday. He just signing that shit into law. He don't give a damn. It's like, it's like women must walk in high heels no shorter than 5 inches. Sign it into law. When you call your congressman or your governor, they try to get the process of getting a bill, getting the bill signed into a law. It's a tedious process. I'll just say that. It's a tedious process, but yeah, he signs that shit. But actually, no. Let me make this clear. And we're gonna get into this. The bill, it was vetoed 3 times. It was vetoed 3 times. The previous governor vetoed it twice, and then he vetoed a very similar bill, but then now he's going with it. And so there's interesting developments with that. Now in the title I said, women furious about it, and yeah, we're going to see a woman, and this is it's going to be a woman talking. The only reason I'm playing this clip because it's a Republican woman who voted for him, who said she wants to withdraw her support. She wants to withdraw her support before, because of this. So it's an interesting development there, but let's go.
Alimony agreements. Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill into law, which now essentially does away with what is known as permanent alimony. Reporter Eric Waxler tonight has more on what the changes really mean.
We're going to get deep into exactly what permanent alimony is and the types of alimony that are still there in place. I think Ron DeSantis, he's doing a lot of things that, that will be, the spark. He's showing that, yeah, you could be a Republican and you can have balls when it comes to doing things for men. A lot of them talk the talk, they chest beat about, patriarchy and masculine leadership and blah, 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 blah. But they still kind of cucked, But so far as doing something that benefits men, Ron DeSantis, yeah, you showing, yeah, you can do it. You can do it. You can get it done.
Me.
Camille Malone, 5-ish, says the recent change to Florida's alimony laws has her wanting to change her allegiance.
Well, I'm really disappointed because I'm a Republican. I voted for Governor DeSantis, and this makes me very sorry that I did.
Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill that does away with what...
You gotta let that sink in, When it comes to women, a lot of the time, they're, oh shit, how did I do that? Okay, when it comes to women, a lot of the time, their politics, it matters, but in some ways, it don't matter. I'm sorry, yeah, I'm entangled. I got cords all over the place. Their politics matter, but it don't matter. They're going to think their overall best interest. They'll get married to be conservative because that may very well be their best interest. But we know that if the conservatives truly move in a way to where the best interest of that woman, and solely her best interest, not the best interest of a child, not the best interest of the man, but if they're moving in a way that's not uplifting the best interest of that woman, they're going to have a problem with it. And it's even to the point to where, like, they'll support it. Like, if they're in a family and it's decisions made and it's bills or laws or whatever that supports or in the best interest of a family, and they're in a family, they'll support it. But when they will get firmly and strictly, you'll start seeing them put it like this. If Republicans started, really grabbing their nuts and doing stuff sort of like how DeSantis is doing, my prediction is that you're going to see women going from right to left because they're going to think about the long game. They're going to think about, oh, whoa, hold on, 50-50 custody. Even though we could argue that ain't really a Republican thing to do. It was some Republicans that was trying to do child support, at birth. And I think at the time, I don't know how known. I mean, I heard SKC say that there's a non-invasive way to figure out paternity while the baby is in the womb, but typically people didn't do that. So it was like the woman was just going to pick who she think the father is, and that's who's going to start paying. So it was like some nonsense. But so it goes back and forth with the nonsense, but at the end of the day, some women, they are going to move and operate in their own best interest, and they're going to jump ship. You know, that was part of the thing when Trump got elected. We looked at the amount of white women and black women had the audacity to shame white women for voting in the same direction of their men. But if Republican politicians start doing things that's truly in the favor of men, they're going to start losing those women. And so that's going to be an interesting development. That's going to be an interesting development, but let's go.
What's known as permanent alimony. A group known as the First Wives Advocacy Group is among those strongly against the new law, saying group known as Ron DeSantis signed the bill that does away with what's known as permanent alimony. A group known as the First Wives Advocacy Group is among those strongly against the new law, saying it puts older women in a situation that will cause financial devastation.
The First Wives Advocacy Group. I don't know. It's something, we'll put it like this. To make something called the First Wives Advocacy Group, just the name of that just reeks of, in this day, we get married just to get divorced. It's like it's like if you're a part of that group, or if you support that group and you're not married yet, or if you are currently married but you're supportive of that, like nothing says that you're planning your escape. You're plotting out, you're already working on your exit strategy. All right. Nothing says that more than being a part of or a member, a supporter of an organization called the First Wives Advocacy Group. Like that's like saying I'm your starter wife. All right. You know, like I'm not here for I'm here for a good time, not a long time, or whatever those Drake lyrics was. It's like everything about that organization says that. Like the men's group, you know, it's you know, a voice for men, you know, stuff like that. OGJ Speed be talking about a group organization that he was a part of called My Child Says Daddy, because he, you know, like me, he fought the system to get his kids and everything too. You know, so you know, it's stuff like that. Like we would never had a boss to start a group saying, you know, I'm trying to think of a good one that's the equivalent of, you know, like we would never saw, you know, we call it the starter the starter bitch no relief to the starter bitch organization. It's like we would never do some shit like that. But that's what they're doing. It's the First Wives Advocacy Group. That's what they're doing. They're basically saying like, we ain't planning on being here. We ain't planning on being here.
Camille, who was married for more than 30 years, says she agrees and made concessions in her divorce based on getting alimony for life.
Like, they don't give it out very often. It's a very rare occasion when they do give it. It's a long-term marriage. The spouse that is seeking it.
All right, real quick. That's a damn lie. Or either she's misinformed or she's just flat out lying. They do give it. We're going to go over the law because it's something called, hell, I'm not going to pull it up because I don't want to get off the screen that I'm on. But there's different types of alimony. And one of them is called, there's the permanent alimony, the one that got taken down. But then there's a duration element. Hold on. All right. Why? Okay, here it goes. My screen was freezing up on me. But oh my goodness, I hate when it wait until the show start and then start doing bullshit. Because this right here, what I'm experiencing is some wholesale bullshit. Why is it doing this to me? But all right. Oh, this is wild. I apologize. I deeply apologize. I'm gonna have to back all the way out of there. But anyway, there's term alimony. Like it's laws on the books right now that's basically saying that, you know, for non-permanent alimony, that the alimony can be no longer than half the length of the marriage if it was a short-term marriage. Like the term short-term marriage is on the books. And there could be alimony in a short-term marriage. You know, it was used to be considered, 5 years. I think they may have bumped it up to, they may have changed the date. I got it written out, not written out, but I got all the stuff pulled up. I just lost it. So I'll get it back. It's easy to get back. Just gotta go back and start over. But no, I'll be able to get it back up so where y'all can see. Okay, here it is. Let's hopefully it don't mess up on me again when I try to go down there. Apologies. Florida's alimony law effect. Okay, there's relative alimony. There's durational alimony. There's all kinds of different alimonies. Okay. There's something called bridge the gap alimony. Where you can get alimony for, I'll get into that. It's a type of alimony to where it says payments made to help the supported ex-spouse make the transition to being single and financially independent. So you're paying payments over a little certain amount of time. Bridge the gap alimony is designed to assist a party with legitimate identifiable short-term needs, and it may not exceed more than 2 years. Like, that's the type of alimony that's out there. Durational alimony, payments made for a set period of time after marriage of short or moderate duration. So that just shows right there that the chick was lying when she said it's only paid out if it's, for a long-term marriage. No, it could be a short or moderate duration, and I'm going to scroll down here. And look, and I know y'all can't see what I got on the screen, but don't worry about it. All right. Does Florida's new alimony law affect durational alimony? Yes. This is the part I wanted to read. The new law redefines the length of marriage. A short-term marriage is now considered to be one lasting less than 10 years. All right. A moderate term marriage is one lasting 10 to 20 years. So basically, if you could have a marriage that falls under the short-term marriage and still get alimony. So what she was saying there was incorrect. I just went a long-winded roundabout way to show and prove that what she was saying was incorrect. And I'll get all this up on the screen in a second, but I don't want to play the rest of this video. Says people married people married for less than 3 years are no longer eligible for durational alimony. So they are cutting it for people who married less than 3 years. Durational alimony may not last longer than 50% the length of a short-term marriage. So if you get married 5 years, you get alimony for 2.5 years. So that just debunks that real fast. You can get alimony. You can get alimony if it's, off a 5-year marriage, a 4-year marriage, you can get 2 years of alimony. Like, that's a thing that exists. So just correcting the record on that.
It's a very rare occasion when they do, they don't give it out very often.
In her divorce based on getting alimony for life.
They don't give it out very often. It's a very rare occasion when they do give it. It's a long-term marriage. The spouse that is seeking it usually has never worked outside of home, that is, because working in.
Not true. It depends on the income. If his income is significantly more than hers, it don't matter if she worked. Don't matter if she worked part-time as a barista. If he was an engineer and she was working that, she was making your coffee. She was making your coffee at Starbucks and he was an engineer. Yeah, you had to pay some alimony. Now, the best argument they can make, and it's not even a good argument, this is just a fact of the matter, is that the way that marriages are set up, it ends up working out to only 10% of marriages end up having to pay alimony. So, that's one thing that can be pointed out, that every man is not in a sky is falling situation when it comes to alimony. But the way that she's framing it is incorrect. If he makes significantly more money than her, then he will have to pay alimony. The thing about women is that they prefer to marry men that make significantly more than them. So they're the way that they operate in terms of marriage and charting it out from a logical, statistical, financial perspective, you know, that puts them more likely to be in the situation to where they would have to pay alimony. Mary J. Blige, on the other hand, is saying, I think it's some bullshit that men could get alimony now. It's like, oh, really? You think it's some bullshit now that men could get alimony? You know, again, the women be chest beating, grabbing their nuts. I ain't woman, hear me roar. You make all that money, and you know, the same way that you support that man getting tore off the frame and ripped in half. If you're going to support that, then you got to support yourself getting tore off the frame, ripped in half. The men are actually taking the moral stance and say nobody should get completely tore off the frame and ripped in half. There is a middle ground where we can find something fair. And I think that's what Ron DeSantis is at least stepping in the direction of that by getting rid of the permanent alimony, the permanent lifelong alimony. He's basically saying that no, nobody needs to get that. We're going to get into a number of things with that because they're talking about the women like, oh, what are we going to do when we get older? Well, okay, this man is going to be having to work his fingers down to the bone, working long after what he planned to retire because he got to now make these alimony payments. So you're sitting there like, what am I going to do? Am I going to have to get on government assistance? Or, you know, but he's sitting there like, God damn, I got to work till I die. You know, so it's like, so something got to give somewhere. Now, to have that situation where she got to be taken care of for life, and this man got to potentially work to death to take care of her for life, to have that on the books and also have no fault divorce on the books, that's a travesty. Which means at any moment that she wants to, she could just walk out of there, especially, let's just say, you know, they in their mid to late 40s, the kids have grown up, and she like, all right, I did my job, I'm gone, I'm done. I got like 2, 3, 4 more last call for alcohol, hot girl, you know, hot flashes girl summer in me, you know, you gonna pay for it, you know, I'm gonna find me a young thing. And you know, like basically she could do whatever she want to do and basically just get taken care of for life. She's gonna basically retire and he's gonna work till he dies, even though they're not together. That deal works when they're together. But if she could leave anytime she wants for any reason, no matter what, then that deal doesn't work. You got to get rid of the permanent alimony. If you're gonna have permanent alimony, then you got to have, you know, get rid of no fault divorce. If you're gonna have no fault divorce, then it can't be permanent alimony. They're just flat out.
And home is work.
Those in favor of the changes says permanent alimony forces them to work long past the age they wanted to retire because they had to make those payments. The law also allows ex-spouses to see modifications to alimony agreements when they want to retire.
The court is always going to start with need and ability. That has not changed.
St. Petersburg family attorney Nicole Perlman said,
I hear what she's saying when she said they always going to start with need and ability. I don't think they apply it across the board accurately. You know, I don't think they apply it across the board accurately, but let's play some more.
Says she's getting lots of calls from her clients wondering what the changes really mean.
So it doesn't matter if there's a difference in income or you are married for 20 years. If there's no need, there's going to be no alimony.
The statute was,
and that's what she's saying it is now. They're going to, she said they've always looked at need and ability. I think they played fast and loose with it. I think what this law does is it puts some things in place to where they can't play fast and loose with whether or not this woman needs it and whether or not this man has the ability to pay it. So we're going to break it down line by line, and we're going to see, you know, how they made it to where a guy just can't really truly get screwed over. Alimony still exists, but the only thing he really got rid of is the abuses of alimony. That's the only thing he really got rid of. And we're gonna break it down line by line when I pull up everything.
It's also amended to force the court to reduce or end alimony if the person getting alimony is in a supportive relationship, and that does not have to be a marriage.
A lot of people
person getting alimony.
They don't like that one.
statute was also amended to force the court to reduce or end alimony if the person getting alimony is in a supportive relationship, and that does not have to be a marriage.
A lot of people in their
The way that worked right there, the way that have always worked, if this supportive relationship that doesn't have to be a marriage, that meant she can get another boyfriend. And let's just say she got the house after the divorce. She got the house, she got your money. She could move that new boyfriend in there who's now smashing your ex-wife in your house that you're still paying for. That's what it got rid of when he says that, no, if you're in a relationship that doesn't have to be a marriage, if you're just in a supportive relationship. So that means that what's going to end up happening if men play the game right, they will be taking these chicks back to court regularly, just like they do with child support. They think you got a new job, they get you back in court so you can pull out them check stubs. They think you got a raise, they get you back in court so you can pull out them check stubs. Now it's to the point that, we think you got a new man, let's get you and your new man back in here, we can pull out some check stubs. Let's that's basically saying, no, the dude who's currently fucking you is taking over payments on this pussy. That's basically what that's saying. Like, they can't word it like that, but that's more or less what DeSantis is putting out there. I approve that message. If you're going to be like a divorced wife with young children that you're trying to raise, and you've just been a mother your whole life, and you haven't acquired any skills, and you're not really equipped to really be out there in the world, and you still need support despite of the unfortunate circumstances of divorce. Like, okay, if it's operating like that, that was the thought when they put all the laws in place. But now the chicks doing divorce parties and stuff. Now that they already had, they don't like their second or third new man before the final paperwork even filed. Now that it's a situation like that, it's like, no, I'm not paying for your new life with your new man. Like, you've moved on, you've recovered, you've healed. You got a whole nother thing. You about to have a whole new baby on the way. It's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that one. Shout out to Salty Balls. Add H to the alphabet group as hobosexual. Shout out to you. Shout out to Salty Balls. Shout out, and salute. Where is it at? Wait for it. There we go.
Suck on my chocolate salty balls. Put them in your mouth. Put them in your mouth and suck them and suck them.
Oh, and I forgot to play the ad today. My bad on that. Got to play the Machismo TV ad. The reason I forgot, because I forgot to send RM the link. RM the one that remind me to play the ad. Yeah, but all right. But cool, but no, we definitely going to get to that. But shout out to Salty Balls. Shout out to Snuggles, who also supported the stream. Let me check real quick since I got a slight break in the action. Let me check the Cash App end, and the Cash App is Cash Apping. Michael Holt with a $5 Cash App, and also hold on, let me drop the got 5 on it for Michael Holt. And we definitely got to put a big major bomb drop on there for Salty Balls, who just came through hard and heavy handed on the Cash App. Salty Balls just came through, dropped 125 on the on the Cash App end. So
Ooh, suck on my chocolate.
another 20 bomb and had to drop all that for Salty Balls. Had to drop all that for Salty Balls. Salty Balls is the man. Definitely biggest supporter of this space going. And that's a tough claim. There've been a lot of big supporters of the space. But it's like that's a tough title to own. Biggest supporter of the space, but no.
Suck on my chocolate salty balls. Put them in your mouth. Put them in your mouth and suck them and suck them.
Shout out to the great Deacon Salty Balls in the building. Shout out. Let's get back into it. Where were we? I got distracted by all the Cash Apps.
Getting alimony is in a supportive relationship, and that does not have to be a marriage.
A lot of people in their heads think, oh, well, I'm not.
That is huge. Them chicks be staying single for life. If they got that alimony for life, they are never getting married again, because it used to be only marriage can make you have to give up that alimony. But now, no. You get a steady boyfriend, you coughing up that alimony. Yeah.
Not going to marry this person, so I get my alimony still, but that's not the way it works. And that was the way it was forever. The statute just put that in writing.
Camille has been fighting these changes for a decade and says the new law will only line the pockets of lawyers and the already wealthy.
And the rest of us, the older women here in Florida, well, we're just going to be, I don't know, maybe collecting government assistance.
In St. Peter's.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe collecting government assistance.
Now, look, there's a part of me, I can, call me what you want to. There's a part of me who do understand that, okay, if they've been married for a long time and this man's been taking care of her, and then now she's old, not exactly easy thing to do as an old lady. If they get divorced later in life, it's not exactly easy as an old lady to just go and, go pick up some skills and get out there and work and understand it. So you got to, okay, what you going to end up getting on government assistance. Okay, but see, here's the thing. Like I said before, the alternative is this man, because you never worked, and he made, I don't know, $80,000 a year, but now he got to pay for your life separately and his life separately. That means instead of you having to get on government assistance at the end of your life, that means he has to work far longer than the time that he wanted to retire. You either have to get on government assistance at the end of your life, or he got to basically work until he die. Like, those are the situations. So it has to be some middle ground there. Now, where she is on some bullshit, this is where you really got to know how to see through the bullshit. Where she is really, truly on some bullshit is if you get divorced older, and we're going to go over this, if you get divorced while you're older and the marriage was 30 years long, it's already written into the framework. Remember when I was talking about how they say, short-term marriage or medium-term marriage or whatever they called it, in long-term marriage, anything over 20 years is considered a long-term marriage. A lot of times the alimony does not, the alimony could be, half of the time that y'all were married or such and such, blah, blah, blah. If you are older and y'all get divorced much later in life, we're talking about a situation where, even if you get divorced at 52, even then we're talking about you collecting alimony until you're 62, which means that you just, like, come on. Like, that's where the bullshit comes in. It's like the amount of alimony, like if we're talking a 30-year marriage, we're talking 15 days. They still got 15 years. They got married at 50. I mean, they got divorced at 50, and then you give them 15 years after that. They get divorced at 55. You give them 15 years after that. That's 70. So we're talking about women who basically going to collect it till they die either way. So what she really is fighting for is not the older women who will be, in this situation after divorce late in life. No, she's not talking about that. What she's really truly talking about is just trying to figure out a roundabout way to try to make it to where, yes, the younger women, the ones that be divorcing at 30 and collecting that alimony, will get to sit on that alimony until they're 70. They're trying to they're trying to finagle some 50 years of alimony. That's what that's trying to do. That's what that First Wives Club is all about. I mean, not First Wives Club. I mean, it was a movie called that, and it's an actual organization. It's a movie called that, and it's an organization. So that's more or less was attempting to happen there.
In St. Petersburg, Eric Waxler, ABC.
All right, let me pull this one down. Now it's time to do a little bit of reading. Hold on. Where is that at? All right. Andrew Tate is set to be released from house arrest. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't even know what to make of that. You're on house arrest. Well, the article said Andrew Tate released. Andrew Tate said, the article said Andrew Tate released. I mean, I didn't know they called it release when it was from house arrest. But I don't know. I guess I got sympathy for the situation that he in, because I do think that he did some shiesty shit, but I don't think it was exactly illegal in the sex trafficking sense. I think he coerced women to do something legal. If you coerce somebody to do something legal, it's like what they charging him up with don't fit the crime. He was a bad employer. He was stealing the money, lying to him about the taxes. He was doing shiesty stuff, and he was using pimp tactics to get them to work a legal webcam hustle. Like, that's crude. Makes him a jerk, but I don't really see I don't understand how that's illegal. So that's why I do got sympathy for him. But at the same time, if I was him being on house arrest, I didn't even acknowledge the existence of the house arrest. Like, if you're on house arrest in a goddamn mansion, you on house arrest at the Playboy Mansion. Okay. Cool. I'm rich. I can order anything in there to come in, and I'm at the Playboy Mansion on house arrest. Like, so I didn't have any sympathy for, oh, he's on house arrest. That's horrible. Like, no. You got Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, the Valuetainment people flying, everybody flying in to interview you, the BBC flying in to interview you. It's like I'm like, hey, like, the man is good. The man is good. So I didn't think nothing of him being on house arrest. So when they say release from house arrest, I'm like, release from what? A goddamn mansion where a rich man in a mansion with bouncy bitches and all the and damn Uber Eats delivering food to him? Like, what? All right, somebody is saying, come on, B. Riley. Not he tricked them into it. Yeah. If I trick a woman into sucking my dick, you could say that was crude. You could say that was an unethical act. And by tricking her, I mean, I'm like, come on, come on and do it. We gonna be together. We building something here. Just, and then just start working her, pushing. Like, nah, it's like, nah, I'm like, if I'm selling a relationship to her to try to get her to suck my dick, but then after she do it, and then I say, gotcha, bitch, and then and yeah, I'm guilty of being an asshole, but I'm not guilty of breaking the law or sex trafficking her. It wasn't so no. I stand by that I don't see what he did illegal. He says, I'm a Riley too, bro. These women ain't being tricked, they just tricks. Okay, I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. No, I mean, no, it's evidence that he was using manipulative pimp tactics to get them to do it. It's clear that he was doing that. Well, we can use the word he tricked them to do it. He convinced them to do it. He verbally persuaded or seduced them to do it. Whatever word we use, it don't matter. The fact of the matter is, I don't see the legality. I don't see the Mac Trucker says game. No, I disagree, Bernard. That's called game. Yeah, game is about, to some degree, it is about, it can be about tricking them. It's emotional manipulation. And what I mean by that is, a big part of the reason why she's going to do what she's going to do is because how she feels about you, how you make her feel in that moment. So if somebody does not feel a certain type of way and you talk to them in any kind of way that you talk to them, and you talk to them in a way that sparks them to feel differently from how she felt before, you have manipulated or maneuvered her emotions in a way, set in direction that they wasn't beforehand. So, it's like you played on her emotions and you got her to do some stuff that I'm not saying that she was forced against her will. I'm not saying you used the force on her. I'm just saying that, that's part of the game. This woman is walking around with her panties on. You're trying to convince her to take her panties off. You just can't say, bitch, take your panties off. No, you gotta, you gotta smooth that shit out. You gotta use a little know-how, a little tactic, a little tact, a little know when to say this, when to say that, how to say the right thing, the right time, the right way to make her feel comfortable when the whole works. Like we know how it works. We all grown men have gotten some pussy before. Okay? The same shit we did to just get pussy from a chick is he used, those same tactics on steroids to convince them to do the webcam business. And those tactics on steroids, they did come straight out of what pimps would say. That's just all to it. He used pimp tactics to get them to do some legal, not illegal. He used aggressive pimp tactics to get them to do something legal. So I just don't understand how they're charging him up with something that's doing something against the law, unless they're saying that it's against the law to use very persuasive tactics to get someone to do something legal. Like if I own a McDonald's franchise and I'm short on employees and I need somebody to come work there, and I'm just, come on, man, you need, I use whatever tactics. I oversell it. I talk about how it's so much room and positioning to move up, and you can be manager one day. You're going to start off on the fries. you're going to be mopping floors, and the next week you're on the fries. And then once you get all that figured out, you'll be a manager. And I usually pay my managers, at, 50, 60K a year at McDonald's, 60K at McDonald's. That's what I usually pay my managers. And I could just tell there's somebody like you with your work ethic and determination. I know you'll get there. So just come on right now. I know you got a job on the table for 50K, but just stick with me, work with me. And in 3 months, you'll be making 65K as a manager at my McDonald's. Come on over here and work for me, man. Okay. If I do that and then he get there and he find out that he on minimum wage and he been there a year and he's still on minimum wage, can he take me to court? Because I sold him a dream? Can he? Like, seriously, like that. That's where I got my issues with the whole Andrew Tate thing. He made them chicks think he loved them and they was going to be together, and you doing this for some greater cause or some greater good because we love each other and we want to we gonna be together, and this is what I need for you to do, and blah 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 blah. And even when she was apprehensive about doing it, he made up some based off some text messages, he made up some stories saying that people, basically people in her hometown was starting these rumors and saying shit about her and doing this and doing that. He was basically trying to isolate her so she won't go back to her hometown, won't go back and deal with her friends. He's trying to, separate and alienate her from everything else so she'll only cling on him and lean on him. It's like he was using every tactic in the book. He was using every tactic in the book to get this chick to make that money for him. I don't see the legality in any of that. I could say he's an asshole. You can say that. You can say he's a jerk. you could call him every name under the book, but I don't see where you can show me a law that he broke. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. There you go, Hoop Jargon. He's shady. He's shady as fuck. but he didn't break the law. That's just all to it. But all right, let's get into it. DeSantis signed a bill to eliminate permanent alimony in Florida. Oh, please don't fuck up after I click this. Okay, good. DeSantis signed a bill to eliminate permanent alimony in Florida. Says it took 4 tries and nearly 10 years, but Governor Ron DeSantis has signed a bill to overhaul the state's alimony laws and eliminate permanent alimony. DeSantis' approval came a year after he vetoed a similar bill, and after former Governor Rick Scott vetoed similar bills twice. So it went through 3 times. And they finally got it. They finally did it. They finally, signed it into law. Critics argued the bill will impoverish older ex-spouses who have been homemakers and rely upon alimony payments to live. Proponents of the bill say it adds clarity and stops ex-spouses from having to continue to work long past retirement because they had to keep making alimony payments. That is the crux of the debate. An argument could be had about old ladies who, served their time in a marriage to the evil forces of patriarchy, and they escaped oppression, and then now they have to be taken care of. But that's the deal. Are we going to have women get taken care of to death, or are we going to have men have to work unto death? That's the deal. That's the question on the table. I say As long as there is no fault divorce on the books, that means that that woman can leave this man for any reason, no matter what, no questions asked. As long as that's available, then it shouldn't be any permanent alimony. Just flat out, end of. It shouldn't be no permanent lifetime alimony if she can leave for any reason, for whatever reason that she wants. You can't have those two at the same time. That's like having the stand your ground law and the no-knock warrant, where the police could just walk up in your shit and you got legal duty to stand your ground. But I'm not. They just come in hot, and I'm not supposed to stand my ground. It's like you can't have contradictory laws. They do a lot of that shit. I think they had that in Florida. God damn it, DeSantis, you're doing a good job, but get to work. God damn it, clean this shit up. I think that was in Florida where they had that you could do a no-knock warrant, and it had the no-knock warrant and stand your ground law. It's like you can't have both. You can't have both. You can't have contradictory laws. But all right. What is permanent alimony? When a marriage is ended and the court may order one ex-spouse, to make financial payments called alimony to the other ex-spouse. Originally, it was solely to support children. That's what it was for, because this woman was left with children. And when men were primary providers, it was to help ex-wives support themselves after a divorce. Don't say support herself if it's all coming from the husband, goddammit. But help ex-wives support themselves after a divorce. When no-fault divorce became popular, alimony remained a right, but became more conditional. That means that the judges and the powers to be in that courtroom are going to decipher whether or not it should or shouldn't be. But if it's no clear legal writing about when it can be and when it can't be, then it's left at the discretion of those judges and the judges or all the people affiliated. I don't know how exactly it worked to go through getting alimony. I know how it worked when you're fighting over kids and all of that. You mess around and meet in front of that arbitrator, and then she write up a recommendation to the judge, and the judge is lazy and he goes off that recommendation that came from the arbitrator, who was likely a woman who likely has an ideology that leans her more in bias in favor to that woman. I went through that shit, and then the judge just signs into the order whatever the chick recommended after she sat there for 2 hours and asked y'all a bunch of questions. So I know how that works. So I know how the fate of my kids was in the hands of some random white chick. I've seen that. I've seen that movie. I've seen how that play out in real life. So I know how that go. Now, when it comes to the whole alimony procedure and the process in that, there's some details about that I may not know, but I do know enough about it to know that when they're talking about it became more conditional, that means at the discretion of the powers to be, to determine on the fly. And when humans make determinations, their ideology and their bias creeps into the way. All right. Florida statutes previously recognized 4 types of alimony a court may grant. There's bridge the gap alimony, payments made to help the supported ex-spouse make a transition to being single and financially independent. All right. Those are, I know some of y'all may disagree with that, but there's some legitimacy in that, in the I am woman, hear me roar, we can do anything a man could do era, and the fact that a lot of couples, even like Christian Hutchinson even talks about this, how, where he lives, because he lives in a place with, a pretty high affluent place. He says, it's a lot of situations where the man is making, $200K, the wife is making $125K. Despite of what Kevin Samuels was talking about, and what we talk about, how, a man to make a lot of money will marry a woman. She could be a waitress at a coffee shop, but if she, is pleasant, if he finds her attractive and she's nice and pleasant to be around, and doesn't, bring him no problems, don't stress him out, then yeah, he will definitely be with her. But the fact of the matter is, men don't marry up like how women do, but educated men that make a lot of money tend to marry, educated women that make money, and they don't exactly quit their job because, if they're making good money too, if they're making six figures too, you're not going to just take $100,000 out of your household. A lot of people not going to do that. So in those situations, that's how it is most of the time. But then there are situations where that bridge the gap. Let me make sure I get it fully read so I can understand what it is. Payments made to help the supported ex-spouse make a transition to being single and financially independent. Bridge the gap alimony is designed to assist the party with legitimate, identifiable short-term needs, and it may not exceed 2 years. I get that part. I understand that a divorce, even though we can talk all our shit and say, okay, well, she shouldn't divorce him, where they file 80% of divorces and they do that. Okay, yeah, if she filing a divorce on some I don't want to just be married no more shit, then yeah, fuck her, throw her to the wolves. But I understand that shit happens in a marriage. If talking about in a legitimate situation where, let's just say, half the marriage is just some legitimate shit happens, some irreconcilable differences, and they got to get the shit figured out, and they both decide they both decided they got to get a divorce. I do understand that coming up with something amicable and fair that shouldn't pass more than 2 years. I get that. Even when I went through a divorce, I was stupid for doing this and looking back at it and actually seeing the result of it. But I did have a nice lump sum of money, and there was a certain amount of bills associated with, the house and everything that we was doing and the business that was being ran. And I did what I could without the judge ordering me to do it. Very stupid. Don't ever do this. I took half of what I had just because that's what it happened to take to get some things squared away to get her, off to a good start. So, it was some certain things that I paid off and paid down to just to help her get off, because she wasn't working the last 2-3 years of the marriage. So I was like, all right, no, you need time to find a job. I'm gonna do this, that, and that. So, you got time, you can, re-enter the workforce and, get reacclimated to, doing whatever you got to do. Like, there's a such thing as a fair and amicable separation. But I don't knock that. But that's what they said. Florida statutes previously recognized 4 types of alimony a court may grant. So they may grant bridge the gap alimony, which is understandable long as they don't do nothing too stupid with it. Rehabilitative alimony, payments as part of a specified plan made to help. Hold on, where we at? Payments as part of a specified plan made to help the ex-spouse learn or regain skills or credentials or acquire work experience needed to get employed. That's understandable. If she wasn't working the whole time that she was married, she wasn't, she basically just a stay-at-home wife. If it's that situation, and then now she got to go adult, she got to re-enter the workforce, but she spent the last 12 years not gaining any skills or any work experience or any this or any that. She just been being a wife and mother. Okay, it's understandable. There's some time that, okay, she got to pick up and acquire some skills. There's some time. And when they really break down what the rehabilitative alimony is, it basically says it's a set amount of time and set things that you need to be doing. And if you don't do these things, the deal is off. So as long as there's checks and balances in it, I understand. I can understand that. The durational alimony payment. The durational alimony. Payments made for a set period of time after a marriage of short or moderate duration or after a long marriage as determined by the court if permanent alimony is not needed. So if they determine permanent alimony is not needed, but they come up with some durational alimony. I don't like this one because it just feels arbitrary. Like, we ain't gonna give it to you for life, but we just gonna give it to you for a set time. Why are you giving her anything? What's the reason? What's the cause? Like I don't think you need a durational alimony. That's just a way to just cash her out just to cash her out. I think the rehabilitative alimony and the bridge to gap alimony for, set periods of time, and she has to do certain things during those set period of time. I think that is good and proper alimony to transition her into, life without being provided for by this man. And I say all that because even though we can be cutthroat as we want to be, if he's making $250,000 a year and they living well, and she, I mean, throw a bitch back to the projects. Really, that ain't exactly cool. But I understand that they not going to make that the law. Understand they're not going to make that the law. Long story short, Bernard was a decent guy and got punished for it. Yes, hell yeah. That's what the hell happened. Everything I did, she got right up in there and pretended like it never happened. And tried to make me do it all twice. Don't part ways with shit unless it's on the record. That's what being blue pill gets you. You got $50,000 and you say, okay, we separating, or that 50, you give her 25,000 after 14 years of marriage. Cut the 50,000 in half. She got 25. You got 25. Y'all in court 6 months later. He left me with nothing. and then whatever you got, the 25 that you do got to get cut in half again. So now you got to give her 12,500. That's how they don't get that. That's how they don't get half. That's how they get 75%. That's how they get 75% if you're stupid. Yeah. But they're not going to write in the law to just throw bitches to the wolves. They're not going to do that. Especially in everything that I'm saying, because I'm reaching across the aisle here, but everything that I'm saying is provided that, a marriage went for a considerable period of time and she wasn't working at all, which means she stopped her life and, to basically help and cultivate, your life, your vision, and your dreams. Okay. I understand that something could be done temporarily. Temporarily is the most important point here. This is where it gets stupid, and this is the part they got rid of where it says permanent alimony. Payments made for the duration of an ex-spouse's life. This is that, 20-year-old bimbo marry some rich dude in LA. She divorced him at 27. And her evil ass gonna live to be 87. And he got to pay all the way up into then. No. Payments made for the duration of an ex-spouse's life, generally following a long-term marriage, or a short or moderate one if there is exceptional circumstances. That's where they smuggle in the bullshit right here. A short or moderate one. Okay. Generally following a long-term marriage or a short or moderate marriage. Short marriage, that could be, they're going to say exactly what the number is. I think 5 years, which means it's feasibly possible. It's feasibly possible before he banned this shit. It's feasibly possible if there are exceptional circumstances that a chick can be married to a dude for 5 years, from 22 to 27, and then get alimony for the rest of her life. If they determine that the circumstances are exceptional. That means it's feasibly possible and some judges will do it. What does Florida new alimony overhaul law do? Dissolution of marriage removes permanent alimony as an option. The bill also adds possibility of lump sum payments, adds the burden of proof. That's important. Burden of proof to the person seeking support to prove they need it. That's an important thing. Like I said, when they talking about the bridge, the gap, or the rehabilitative alimony, or whatever the hell, where they gotta, regain some skills or whatever. She's like, hey, I'm gonna need some extra help and support while I go, spend the next 6 months to a year getting my CNA. All right, it is what it is on that one. It is what it is on that one. But yeah, if they want to do it that way to where it's short term over the time that she take to go acquire skills. But we in a new world now to where they not housewives like that. They not housewifing it up like that, to where just as I was grinding and working during the marriage, a lot of people there's a lot of women grinding and chasing their dreams during the marriage. That's why, even when I'm fair and reach across the aisle and try to look at the situations where I can see how that could be necessary, there's still plenty of situations where it's like, well, I see more situations where the wife, I see more situations where the wife is the one going to school. The wife is the one going to school during the marriage. She's chasing her dreams during the marriage. She's lightweight working on her exit strategy during the marriage. Did somebody say that? Did anybody say that she continue to get alimony even if she get married again? Did anybody say that? Because whoever said that, you're dead wrong. Now, the way it was working with Passport OG talking about, she used to could shack up with another dude. She actually can't do that no more. That is one major change with it. She can't shack up with another dude no more. Car Designer Chris in the building. Drop the link to Car Designer Chris channel in the chat room. He says, let the old chicks work. If the old man needs to work, should have planned better or have a 1960s marriage law. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. I'm leaning towards that with the way that things are, with the way that the culture is and the way that the laws are. It's it's like if the man got to work to take care of himself in old age, and then she got to work to take care of herself in old age. It's like that's where things are trending. We didn't cause that trend. We didn't make that trend, but that's where it's trending. I am woman, hear me roar. All right, then God damn it, that's what it looks like. You may have to do all that roaring until your dying day. Now, if you want women truly taken care of, and this is what they truly don't want to hear, you want women truly taken care of, then okay, the women make up close to 50% of the workforce. If women not in the workforce at such a high rate like that, that means the cost of labor goes up. That means that wages go up. That means men make more, and men who have traditionally taken care of women with their resources that they get from the jobs will have more money to ultimately take care of the women and children. And so if you really want women and children taken care of, you got to what's that phrase? Take some of their rights away. But no, nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to truly talk about that. But that's really what it comes down to. But as long as they got full rights, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and in a free country they should, then it's going to end up being a situation where they got to roll up their sleeves and work. And this funny thing is there's a brand of feminism that actually agrees with that. Like, yes, we're no different than men. We can work just like them. We can work down to the bone, work ourselves to death, work. Then there's the bullshit brand of feminism where it's like, no, we can do all that stuff, but we still want to get taken care of on the back end when it's convenient. Like, that's when it just turns into the ultimate push for power and nothing more, nothing less. Okay, but what does Florida's new alimony law overall do? The bill also adds the possibility of lump sum payments and adds burden of proof. That's very important. Burden of proof to the person seeking support to prove they need it. And that's fine, long as certain credentials, areas, and benchmarks and things that got to actually be met to show where it's actually needed. If it's just at the discretion of somebody of an ideologue to figure out if they need it, then nothing is changing. But they're going to talk about some of the things that they do put in place to make sure that it's more of a set, structured thing to see if they actually need it. And sets up a process for ex-spouses who make alimony payments to seek modifications. It sets up a process for ex-spouses to make alimony payments to seek modifications. I said, just like every time you get a new job or she think you got a raise, she got you in there on child support. Check, you got to produce some check stubs. You can do the same thing. If you think something changed, she got a new job. Let's get back in here. Let's modify this stuff. She got a new man. Let's get back in here. Let's let your new man pull out his check stubs. Yep, all that. So all of that is in there. All of that is in there. When they retire or conditions change, and also, when the guy can retire, and whatever his retirement is, then the circumstances change, because they'll do some bullshit where, if they do this with child support, sometimes if you make a certain amount and then you try to say, hey, I'm not making that much no more, in some places they will say, but you have the ability to make that much. So that's what we're going to base it off of, what you have demonstrated that you can make. They will do that sometimes. I would reckon this alimony is probably the same. It will allow judges to reduce or terminate alimony support or maintenance payments after considering a number of factors, such as, these are important factors: the age and health of the person who makes the payments, the customary retirement age of the person's occupation. That's important. The economic impact a reduction in alimony would have, the economic impact a reduction in alimony would have on the recipient of the payments. The economic impact a reduction in alimony would have on the recipient of the payments. That one is, that's putting something in there in favor of the woman. If I need to reduce the amount of alimony that's being paid because, let's say, I'm making less, you shouldn't average into the equation the effect it's going to have on her. I'm making less, God damn it. Anyway, the adultery of either spouse and any resulting economic impact. All right. Your behavior can affect the alimony. I hope what's embedded in there. Now, this is where I don't like the idea of, we're gonna make you pay out the wazoo because you cheated on her. But I do like the idea of she can't get shit if she cheat. So that's where my bias at. Is what it is. The motivation for retirement and likelihood of returning to work for the person making the payments. The existence of this is the key part. I love this part of it. The existence of a supportive relationship. Hold on, why that ain't acting right? This is the most important part. The existence of a supportive relationship between the ex-spouse receiving payments and another non-related party. All right. The burden for the ex-spouse making payments to prove, my mouse is not working. The burden for the ex-spouse making payments to prove that a supportive relationship exists has been removed. All right. Here's the thing. When they talk about the existence of a supportive relationship between the ex-spouse receiving the payments and another non-related party, they're talking about her having a boyfriend, her living up with a boyfriend, her moving the new boyfriend into his house. That's basically what they're talking about. They're going to talk about that later in the article too. The bill also removes taxes, consequences, and sources of income, such as investments of any assets consideration in court. Hold up, let's get to that. All right, hold up. The bill also removes taxes consequences and sources of income such as investments of any assets from consideration by court. All right, so it's saying, does Florida's new alimony law affect durational alimony? The answer to that one is yes. The new law redefines the length of a marriage. A short-term marriage is now considered to be one lasting less than 10 years. Previously, it was 7. I said 5. It was actually previously 7. A moderate term marriage lasts between 10 to 20 years. Previously, it was 17 to 7. And a long-term marriage, previously defined as 17 years or longer, it is now 20. The changes to the durational alimony include people married for less than 3 years are no longer eligible for durational alimony in Florida. Basically, they're not eligible for no alimony married less than 3 years. I would bump that up a little higher. I would definitely bump that up higher. Definitely bump that up. I'm not taking the position of full ban on I'm not even taking the position of just a full outright ban on it. I mean, I would like that. I would support that, but I know that ain't going. As far as DeSantis moving the needle, I can dig it. The durational alimony may not last longer than 50% of the length of a short-term marriage. Short-term marriage was defined as less than 10 years. So let's just say if it's 5 years, they get 2.5. If it's 9 years, they get 4.5. It says 60% of a moderate term marriage. And this is where that one old lady that was kept talking about, I'm not going to vote for DeSantis anymore. This is where she was on some bullshit. It says 75% of the length of a long-term marriage, unless there are exceptional circumstances. That exceptional circumstances, that gives them their wiggle room to do some bullshit, just so you know. But when they talking about 75% of the length of a long-term marriage, and a long-term marriage is defined as 20 years. So we're talking about somebody who, they've been married 20 years. Let's just say they got married at around the average for women is, around 28. Let's just go 30 to make it, easier math. So if they got married 20 years, if they got married at 30 and then divorced after, let's just say, 25, let's just say after 20 years. All right. That puts them at 50, 75%. That's 15. So that puts them at 65 when the alimony payments stop. Men typically be a little older than the woman, so that means he's close to 70. The average life duration for a man is about 70, which means that even within the framework of that, he's still paying alimony until he dies. And they're complaining because they need a 100% assurance that he pays them until he dies. That's where the bullshit comes in. And that's why I said they're not really fighting or advocating for the older women who that they're fighting for younger women to be able to milk that shit forever and ever. Amen. That's what they're really fighting for. The amount of duration must be decided by the number of factors, including the ex-spouse's age and employability. The amount is what the court determines to be reasonable. Need for an amount not to exceed 35% of the difference between both spouses' net income, whichever is less. 35% of the difference between the spouse's income. Yeah, I can't even do the quick maths on that. And so it's like, okay, if a guy making 120 and she making, let's just say she making 40,000, what would be the math on how much she's going to get? I can't even do the quick maths on that. But the need for maintaining the quality of life established during the marriage has been removed. That's that quality of life stuff where the woman goes in the courtroom and says, I'm accustomed to this and I'm accustomed to that. And, she's talking about what she's accustomed to. like that Chris Rock joke. Like I was accustomed to getting my dick sucked once a week. You know, that's 4 times a month. I think, you know, she should have to come by and do it at least twice a month. That's what it sounds like to men when they hear them talking about what they're accustomed to. True Hype in the building says, I need to see who the sponsors of this bill are to reach out and ask them how they came to this specific legislation and some of the triggers that started this ball rolling. Yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Yeah, so even in this, even though overall I say it's a victory when you read between the lines, there's still a lot of, bullshit within it. There's still a lot of bullshit within it. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. The need for maintaining quality of life established during the marriage has been removed. So it's good that they removed that quality of life, what I'm accustomed to. It's like, no, we're going to look at it strictly off of need and put some protections in place to make sure that, that the guy is not just saying, okay, this is some old pussy. I'm about to go get some new young pussy. I'm about to just send her back to the projects and move in a new young hot thing. It's like the protections are in place to make sure that he can't just up and do that and not do nothing for her, but the equal protections need to be in place to make sure that she don't be able to just say, all right, I'm tired of being married to him, so I'm about to just have him pay me to not be with him, and I get the house, and then I move in my new young hot thing. If it's going to be marriage on the law and on the books and everything, and that women got it set to where they got pretty much what the hell they want. Men got to push back on the other end. Does Florida's new alimony law affect rehabilitative marriage? Rehabilitative alimony. Yes, rehabilitative alimony is now capped at 5 years and maybe ended. Wow. So they used to do rehabilitative alimony, which basically saying let's give her time to figure things out, go back to school, finish school, get her life together. I mean, why would you need more than 5 years on that? 5 years is already a lot. Like, goddamn, you're gonna give her a whole decade to go get her CNA? Like, what the hell? It may be ended if the ex-spouse completes the specific defined plan early. Yeah. See, they capped it at 5 years, which is already too high, I would say. And it can be ended if the spouse completes specific defined plan early. It was already Florida law that rehabilitative alimony could be ended early if the ex-spouse was not carrying out the plan. So that means if she say, okay, well, I'm going to need some alimony while I go to school because I stopped going to school when I married him, and so I never got my degree. So I got to finish my last year and a half of school, so I'll be ready to go re-enter the work environment as I would have at 21 or 22 if I would have graduated then, and now I'm 32. So I need those two. I need to, at least a year and a half to finish my degree. And then they find out that she ain't even going to school. And she trying to milk that shit out 10 years. Like, no, none of that. Nope. Alimony cut off. It's little things put in there. He didn't just get rid of alimony, but it's little things put in there that gives men some protection should they find themselves in that situation. Does Florida's new alimony law affect child support? I kind of want to skip over this part. It says the section on child support is largely left alone, but now if one of the divorced parents are living more than 50 miles away. See, they talking about parenting time. That ain't really got nothing to do with this right now. I talk about that all the time, but that don't really got nothing to do with this. Said, when does Florida's new alimony law go into effect? All right. I think that's everything I wanted to go over here, but that's what went down in Florida. That's what went down in Florida. And I think that's pretty damn cool. I think that is pretty damn cool that they are legitimately doing things that just put some protections in there for men. That put some protections in there for men. We know, yo, Sir Tyson in Florida. That's what's up. That's what's up. All right, we at the 2-hour mark, and I'll be honest, I do not want to open this thing up. I really don't. I'm putting the link in the chat very briefly, and I still may end it after y'all get 2 seconds to talk. Because I am about done. What more can I say? Had a Jay-Z song in my head. Because what more can I say? Sir Tice in the building, the $5 super chat says DeSantis won by nearly 20 points, which is 1.5 million votes. I'm sure his campaign doesn't care if he loses these strags that disagree. Wow. That is interesting. That is interesting. But that's one thing I said early on show. I said there will be a sort of a situation where we'll have to really look at or examine how it plays out in terms of if men start doing things politically for men, and normally the men that do things politically that benefit men, they happen to be on the right more than the left. And then we talk about how women, white women, women of other races, they will vote and side with their husband. Where those women start jumping off the ship if things start going too in the direction of male benefit. But that's something that I'm keeping my eye on, that I kind of do got my predictions on that, because the video that I showed, one of the chicks actually did say that I'm not supporting him no more over this one. But anyway, we're joined by GC in the building. You have the floor. You have the mic.
All right, thank you. I'm first of all, let me ask you this. What happens to a person, or if a person decides to move to Florida, or just have their wedding in Florida?
I don't know. I don't know. That would be a good one, to go and just drive down there and get married in Florida and drive back to wherever you're at. And then if y'all got to go through a divorce, okay, come on, meet me in Florida.
I think I don't know. I've never been married, but it might go by what state you got married in. This is probably something I should have asked legal attorney about. But yeah, I think that if that's the case, then there's going to be a lot of Florida weddings. Like, a wealthy man will always say.
He said, well, hold on real quick. They're saying it applies to residency, and residency is 6 months.
Okay. So
yeah,
you buy like a apartment, or you rent an apartment or something like that for 6 months, and then you get married.
Yeah,
that
something
seems
like
a brilliant idea. Just saying.
Yeah.
Now, you were saying something that I wanted to touch on, and that was when you were talking about the older women, the women who were housewives for years, and then they find themselves, unwived, should be supported for the rest of their life. The truth of the matter is, men can work for a company for 30 years and then get fired at the whim of, the employer. And then he get like 13 weeks of unemployment? Like, who cares about him? Why should we care more about her than she does? I mean, he did everything right, just like she did. So the question is, why does society have this need to, and don't get me wrong, I think that it is wrong, but, if we're going to, excuse me, if we're going to address one wrong, we address the other. Companies aren't required. Hold on right quick.
All right. I'll interact with the chat while you get that figured out. Fifi says most other states already have these same laws, so no need to do that.
That sounds like bullshit. That sounds like bullshit. You sound like a woman who's trying to trap a man in whatever state you live in. You probably live in California where the shit's horrible, and you're saying, oh, no, it's just like Florida. Nope, it's not. It is not. That sounds like bullshit, Fifi. Most other states, like Delaware and Wyoming, there's no most other states that do that crap, or else it wouldn't have been news.
Exactly. I was just literally about to say that. The only reason this is news because most other states don't do that. So No.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. Trying to pull a shenanigan. Y'all see this, fellas? Y'all see this? They try to set you up for the dokie yoke. They try to set you up for the dokie yoke. Remember when those Chitlin sisters was up here talking about, how safe prenuptial agreements were? Why don't you
No.
just get a prenup? Huh?
I don't remember when Chitlin Sisters was saying that.
That's because when you only remember what attractive women say. Like you know every lyric of a Rihanna song, but you don't remember shit like that. But I remembered that, and they tried to lure you in. They tried to lure you in, like, oh, you're safe. You're safe with a prenuptial agreement, but you're not, and you're not safe in any place but Florida. She's trying to set you up. No, that is not. No, it's not like that in Texas. Things are better. Things are better than a true blue state like mine. However, it's not Florida.
Now that's interesting. Saying there's no alimony in Indiana. I would be shocked if that's actually true, and I guarantee they replaced it with something else.
Ha!
I don't know.
They call it regemony. Let's say there's no alimony here.
I'm looking.
They call it alimony.
There is no specific statute in Indiana that awards alimony to one spouse in Indiana. The court does look at the situation between the two divorcing parties and may award specific types of spousal maintenance. What did I say?
Yeah,
I said they call it something else. They don't call it alimony. They call it spousal maintenance.
Yeah,
Based
exactly.
on the ability of the party to ask for it to support themselves. What? That's basically saying they call it is spousal maintenance based on the ability of the party to ask for it. So yeah, they have alimony. It's like it's still there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like some places they say, "Oh no, we don't have income tax, but we have a required donation for every amount that you earn." Like it's trickery. It's trickery. They try to set you up for the dokio. So Fifi says, it's true. You can look it up. Well, what state? Pick a state. I'm not talking about like a state that nobody knows about or give a shit about, like Mississippi. I'm talking about like a real state. Like name a real state that allows stuff like that. I mean, Bernard, you've been divorced. Does Michigan allow that?
No, I know it's alimony and whatnot in support. And I mean, it wasn't alimony in my marriage, but in my divorce, but it's alimony in Michigan.
Mississippi is not like a real state. It's just a river with shit surrounding it. It's not like a real place for people. No, I'm not gonna do the research. You made the assertion.
Paul Game is saying only 7 states have permanent alimony. I'm pretty sure their stuff wasn't drawn up the exact way that Governor DeSantis shit was drawn up. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been exact news if permanent alimony just wasn't a thing. I guarantee it's some semantics in there, just like how in Indiana they don't have alimony, they have spousal maintenance. Like, so yeah. Or hold on, wait. When I talked about what the law was in Indiana, or no, I think the law is still sort of like that. If it was considered a long-term marriage, more than 20 years, then that means that she's able to get spousal support for 75% of the length of the marriage. And that means 15 years, which means if she got, most of them ain't getting married at 20 nowadays. So the average marital age is about 28, I think. So I'm gonna round it to 30 to make the math easy. So if they got married at 30 and then they met the 20-year benchmark, now I can have the loan. So they got married at 30, they got divorced at 50. That's 20 years of marriage. 75% of that is 15 years, which means that they're getting spousal support unto 65. So even right now in Florida, without it being long-term marriage, without it being permanent alimony, they're still basically getting alimony, if not for the rest of their life, probably for the rest of his life, because when she's 65, he's probably 70, and the average life expectancy for a man is 70. So in a roundabout way, so when states say that there's no permanent alimony or no lifetime alimony, in a roundabout way, when you run the numbers, it's still permanent or lifetime alimony. It's only a
Exactly.
factor of
That's like a state saying there's no, we don't give people life in prison, but they sentence people to 135 years. It's some shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they try to walk you in. They try to walk you into to trickery. That's what Fifi's trying to do. And then there's another chick in there trying to talk some shenanigans. Okay.
Where is that?
No, I'll wait for this. It's right after this, but I'll wait for this.
Okay, Louis Conyer says, with more men refusing to get married, the divorce laws have to change. Agreed. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate you putting 5 on it. Do appreciate it. Now, what did you want to see? What's the name of the person you was looking for? Emancipated Negress, I assume?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, you emancipated. She emancipated. She should have no problem with none of these marriage laws or discussion. She should not care. She's emancipated. I'm assuming emancipated from men. But anyway, it says, I think with this new law, women definitely should not try to marry. I don't see the benefit. You might as well live separately and just keep being responsible for yourself. He can leave you when he wants. God damn.
See,
go ahead and rip on that. I got to step away for a second. You got it.
Okay. See, fellas, I want y'all to recognize what this chick is doing, because what she's attempting to do is she is trying to she's basically mating in scarcity. She's trying to convince as many other women as she possibly can to not embrace traditional relationships or relationships of any type in order to make the dick market better for herself. I repeat, she is trying to make the dick market better for herself. She's one of those people that seeks out day-old donuts and shit. Like, what do I mean by that? Well, okay, so say there's a donut shop in the neighborhood, right? And you're broke. And I got a feeling that she is femininity and physicality broke. But say you're broke, and the only way you can get some donuts is if nobody else buys them, and you just wait to get the leftovers out the garbage can. That is why she is against and trying to discourage marriage. You want to know why a woman should continue to seek marriage? For all the other shit that you get while in marriage. She's basically saying that because you can't divorce comfortably, you shouldn't get married. Because you can't divorce a man and take half his shit anymore, you should not marry. Because the purpose of marriage for so many women was to get a divorce. This is the shenanigans. This is what goes on in their mind. This is how their brain works. Everything is a manipulation. She just can't find a dude that's in the bitches that look like her and give a proper dick sucking. Nope. She can't just find a dude like that and get a proper sandwich for the rest of her life. Nope. It's always some type of hoodwink. It's always some type of bamboozle. It's always some type of hustle. They try to hustle my penis all the fucking time. And they're upset now. They're upset because one of the new avenues of hustling doesn't work anymore. You see, that is the power of the internet. I repeat, the power of the internet makes hustling more difficult. Why? Okay, so for example, I'll tell you how time I got hustled, right? I'm in San Francisco, minding my own business, looking good and feeling fine, right? And I was in San Francisco because they used to auction off cars there. And I bought my first 5 cars from the San Francisco auction. And then there was the first time I went, and they know because you got to buy the cars in cash. They know that the people got money. There was a nigga out there with 3 cards, with 3 cards, and you know, he was doing that thing where you got to find the queen or one of the cards, you know, you got to find the red card or some shit like that. So I'm sitting there watching it, right? And then he had a fake person there. By a fake person, I mean like his friend was there, you know, pretending to play and win, and they just kept putting the $50 back and forth, right? They just kept doing that. So I'm watching and I'm like, okay, I think I can beat this motherfucker, right? I think I can get $50 from him. I'm just gonna play it wisely. So I was nothing but like 17 years old. And surely enough, he got me for $50. For $50. Now, I never played that again, but it's a hoodwink. Now, why did I bring that up? The point of that is it's harder for people like that to hoodwink anymore because we can Google games like that and see exactly how the hustle is played. And you know those telemarketers that call you and try to sell you some shit all the damn time? They try to sell. You know, it's always some type of a grift or something like that. You could always Google the name of the companies. And you know those jobs that aren't real jobs anymore? Because my cousin almost fell for this shit. Those jobs that aren't real jobs, you know, you think you're gonna work like at a warehouse or some shit like that, but then they tell you to sell cologne and perfume and shit.
Yep, damn near door to door, walk around at fucking festivals and parking lots and try to sell some goddamn some basic shit. You sell it.
Yeah, they not
selling. You know, they got you selling shit in the parking lot of Walmart that the person could just walk in Walmart and buy themselves for probably cheaper. Anyway,
yeah, exactly. So those companies, because they start off lying, they start off telling you that they could get you a regular job, you know, and you go in and then he gives his sales pitch to you, and you think like, oh, you know, that hustle is dying because Google the name of companies. You know, and you know, the same with those get rich quick schemes, you know, where the guy is like, hey, you want to be rich like me, with his rented car and, you know, Airbnb mansion and shit, you know, like, you want to be rich as me? Well, just follow these 10 steps. Trust me, I'm Asian. You know, those guys, you can Google them. And you want to know who else get Googled? Emancipated negresses. That's who get Googled. We Google y'all fake marriage hustles all the time. You know, we are more informed. And you don't like that. So you try to pull tricks and shenanigans to get my penis. But no, the only way to do so is to be a better bitch. Always. You maximize your bitchicity value to my penis. That is the only way. And then you get the value of marriage. But in order to receive and sustain that value, you have to remain married to my penis. That is what you must do. Stop trying to look for a hoodwink or way around. Stop trying to 3-card Monty me and shit. Damn it. You got a bunch of super chats.
I know. I was patiently waiting for you to get it all out. Get it all out.
Wait, real quick. Edward said, don't get married. Nobody is begging women to get married. I'm not sitting. Listen. You are to attempt to get married and suck my penis in the process. That is just a natural order of things. It's not about trying to get married. It's about the attempt. You're to make a proper attempt.
Varin James in the building with the $5 super chat. Do appreciate that. Thank you for coming on through. Emancipated Negress with the $20 super chat says, ha, the dick market. What exactly is the dick market?
Is where you take your vagina to find a mate. That's what it is. What do you mean? What's the dick market?
No. I'm assuming she said, no, wait, hold on. When she said, ha, the dick market, I remember I walked away for a little bit. So I'm assuming she responded to something that you said. So I basically, I was just throwing it out there that you said, you must have said something about the dick market, and she responded to it.
I thought she said, where's the dick market? I wasn't looking at the screen when that happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, but she said ha the dick market. I'm assuming you said dick market prior to that.
Yeah, that sounds like something I'd say. I say a lot of shit, Bernard. So
yeah, you don't be knowing what you say. You just go on a rant, and then I got to remind you what you said later.
I do. So if I say dick market, and which sounds like me, that sounds,
yeah. Car designer Chris says my brother got divorced and was awarded $90K from his wife's 401K. Wow, that's that sounds like a lick to me. But I wonder how much he got total. It always. Marriage is stupid and divorce is, well, specifically divorce is stupid. We unfortunately we in a place when a man get over like that, and he get a lump sum, it's like I still acknowledge that the system is faulty, but at the same time, it's like so many men get screwed over. It's like, yeah, go on and get that money. If it don't want to be like that, like with the whole Lizzo thing, how Lizzo getting me too, then you could tell that the chicks was lying. It's like, you don't want to just be like, yep, get her. She did that shit. But so many men getting their lives and careers ended. It's like, get her. She did that shit. So, yeah, but you don't want to be like that. But yeah, but hey, is what it is. Is what it is. Is what it is. Lewis Conyer in the building says, I remember I was on Clubhouse app. There was a room where women was given classes on the laws in each state, so you can marry your target and divorce in targeted years, so you can get the most money. Yes, that's what the fuck they doing. And when I read about shit like that or see shit like that, I normally then that's when I just root and cheer for car designer Chris's brother. That's when I just start rooting and cheering for yes, get that money. Get that money.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
I can picture like a young couple, like the guy, he wants to get married in Miami and the woman wants to get married in Malibu. But we know what's going on behind the scenes in that conversation.
Yeah, Bowdy Thug is asking, why didn't you have to pay alimony, Bernard? Well, but alimony is only in 10% of marriages, so mine didn't qualify as one that could have got alimony, even though she technically didn't work the last few years of the marriage. I didn't make a whole shit ton of money like that either. I made normal money, but normal decent money, but the main reason why I think is because when we was going through the process, it was like weird because like right around the time that we separated, the job I was working, it shut down completely. Like the company closed. So I was on unemployment for, the whole beginning of the divorce proceedings. And then she had went back out there and got a job. So during the divorce proceedings and through the first round or so of the custody, battle, I was sitting there unemployed on unemployment, and she had a job, and then her job was used as leverage as to why, she's the one working a full-time job, so that's why she could get the kids. And then when I got another got another job, I went back and started trying to do the custody thing again, and then the argument switched up. Well, you're working so many hours now, and so that's I'm like, well, hold on, her working didn't stop her. That was her strength, and now that I'm working more than her and making more than her, now me working and making money, making more than her becomes my weakness in the custody battle. But that's how the shit played out with me. But no, they would have been trying to get they'd have been trying to get alimony from somebody who was on unemployment, because I was on unemployment through the beginning of the proceedings. And also she still did get something. Like I said, there was some money that I had that I did the stupid thing to I did some things to take care of some things as far as her, to make sure that she was set up okay, to give her time to go find a job or whatever, to try to give her like a head start to go look for the job. She eventually found the job. We got in court some, months later down the road, 6 months, 9 months, however far later down the road we got in court, and it was like, oh no, he just took everything and ran. He didn't give me nothing. And so the half that I naturally the half that I stupidly cut, without the judge ordering it, there was an attempt to cut it again. So there's that.
If he's
shout out to lead attorney coming through in the building. Salute. Shout out to the attorney. Says LOL true is always against the guy. Go ahead, GC. You was about to say something.
No, I am curious. Lead, if I from California and I decided to get married in Florida, would those favorable laws apply to me in case of divorce? I'm curious about that. Or do I have to take a residency,
Yeah.
In Florida, yeah. So if he's there and he can type that in, I greatly appreciate that.
Right on.
Saying something interesting as well, and I do agree that these laws were originally made to protect women from guys who, just decide to leave them for no reason, at an inopportune time in their life because women age and milk expires, and some guys probably, even though it didn't happen as much as women choose to divorce, it did happen too often, and they want to address the problem. So I think that the divorce laws and everywhere else but Florida came as a result of that. And what's happened now, much like with welfare, is that women have turned their shield into a sword, or they turn their shield into a weapon. They turn the thing that protect them into a weapon, like Captain America. Now they just throwing it at men and making Tyrese cry and stuff. So it is that bad. I mean, no, it's sad.
No, that was the perfect analogy. They said it was a shield, but it became Captain America's shield. It's a weapon that they throwing at people. Damn, that's cold.
Yeah,
that's cold.
I mean, unfortunately, for decades now, men have been suffering by being hit with something that we gave them. It's kind of like giving somebody a gun and then they shoot you with it. It's been going on for quite some time.
Exactly what marriage is. It's you're giving her a loaded gun and you just.
That's what divorce is. Somebody's low though.
Yeah, your mic a little low.
Hold up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
It's that's what marriage is. You're giving her a loaded gun and hoping that she doesn't shoot your ass with it.
Yeah.
You got low again, brother. Or is it me?
No.
I think that might be you. He sounds good to me, but go ahead, brother. What you got on this topic though? Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Well, the alimony thing, I mean, sucks for them. It sucks for them, but I guess it would suck for maybe 2% of men that actually get alimony too in that state. So I don't know. I mean, eventually they're gonna be changing a lot of stuff. I mean, in Maine, they decriminalize,
prostitution. Yeah,
they decriminalize it, but they only decriminalize it for the person that's selling. The person that's buying, you still can get fucked up if you get.
That's so
buying.
Stupid.
It is, but it's just giving one side the advantage. But that's how it's always been. One side has always gotten the advantage, and the other one's gotten the shaft. So just if you in Maine, just don't get caught.
That's so funny that they decriminalize it, but really all they're saying is we're no longer locking women up for selling pussy. That's basically all they saying.
We're locking you niggas up though.
Yeah, that's basically all they saying. That's wild. But fantastic in the building. Go ahead. Yeah, man, I see you right there in the picture doing it. You trying to. I see how you posing in the picture.
It's pondering that it's been a while. It's okay.
Hey man, we free, man. We out here, man. We free. You know what I mean? Hey, shout out to everybody on the panel. Yeah, listen, bro. And it's great, right? You know what I'm saying? But still, I think some things may be able to supersede it. I don't know. especially like military wise and so on and so forth. So there still may be some catches because I don't know if the military situation would supersede that, because I think that may be more along the federal lines than state. I don't know. That'd be something I guess like if Lee knows he could do it. But that's one of the big reasons why I did what I did. That whole thing about I could this, I should this came up too many times, and it was like, okay, well, let me just go ahead and get ahead of this and get that out of the way, and give you a little bit of bread and go on by my way, and I have to pay you, a percentage of my money, up to 50% of my fucking money for the rest of your life. So yeah, man, the tide is slowly turning, and this is why I say, a lot of this stuff that people be saying, bro, like doom and gloom and, hoes is winning and, all this other shit, bro. You cannot, men adapt, all right? And men are extremely merciful, right? Men are extremely merciful, bro, all right? But for the most part, hey, punch motherfuckers in the face and obliterate all of your enemies, so on and so forth. But, that is counterproductive eventually. So, like you said, men put laws in place to where, hey, those percent, and another thing too, it was intended for marriages, right? So a man marries a woman, so on and so forth. The very small percentage of the men that pull the white dude from Harlem Nights, you run into sunshine, you get that phone call and never show up no more. You know what I'm saying? So for that very, very small percentage of men, yeah, it was, applicable, right? But nowadays, like I say, when women are no fault divorce and women are going 70+% of divorces, like, bro, this is a nightmare. And I don't know if you guys seen it, but there's a viral video right now of a black dude that pretty much got escorted out of his house by the police because the wife filed DV charges on him, the DV claims, and they pretty much automatically go with it as that, even before the trial is happening, but they're going through a divorce proceedings. So now that helps her out, in a divorce proceedings with claims of, actual, case file or charges file in her case when it comes to, actual divorce, alimony, and property and all these different things. So it's a very, very dirty game, man. And people are starting to understand women are not this sugar spice and everything nice. And the motherfuckers are, the most vindictive and diabolical creatures on the planet. Again, shout out to Hey God niggas. The two women in the Bible, and the one bitch said, just cut the baby in half. You know what I'm saying? She rolled over her baby and killed it. And then, when they went to, Solomon or whatever, and he was like, hey, man, what's going on here? And she said, fuck it, just cut it in half, and we'll both have half a baby. So, hey, society's starting to understand that, realize it, and move forward accordingly.
Well, do you just to ask you, Fantastic, do you think that the reason why the states I'm trying to get it together, my fault. I'm a little distracted, but do you think the reason why the states side with the women is because they know that women are gonna play dirty and that's guaranteed money versus like men who want to play the honor game? Do you think that's the case?
That's a part of it. The other big part of it again is that not usually, but a substantial amount of the time it comes with family court and child support and custody. So again, everything that goes through.
I get that. No,
everything that goes. But hold on, let me finish. Everything that goes through the court gets a piece of, bro.
Yeah.
So,
that's what I'm saying. The court is going with the guaranteed money. They know that women in a lot of those situations is going to go and file versus men who there are a lot of men that have the case to file, but they try to play the honor game. They try to play the honor game in the sense that, oh no, man, I don't want to do that because that's playing dirty. You would think you think that men would have a better chance if they played dirty to at least.
No. This is what I say, right?
Go ahead.
Well, no, it's not a part of playing dirty. It's actually just getting shit over with, and you do not want to be perpetually in the legal system, in family court or criminal court or anything. Anybody tell you that? So one of the biggest cases and things, one of the biggest hindrances of this whole child support thing that we and other men have brought light to is that, bro, that child support shit can get you jammed in a whole bunch of ways, man. And not even when you're doing the right thing. Like I said, I know for a fact I never missed a child support payment, but the way they were processing the payments, I had to call and get it correct in order for them not to be able to snatch my tax return one year when I never missed a child support payment. You know, men are my bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, let's remove playing dirty out of my vocabulary right now. Let's remove that. Just the fact that men are not willing to file even when they have the grounds to file because of male ego. Do you think?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. To answer your question, I think you are right. Men are less likely, for whatever reason, they're less likely to go file for child support. And if everything that they get from child support, the state match it, then the state gets more money and got more funds to do what they need to do or want to do with it. If they incentivize putting custody and primary custodial and legal guardian custodial, they put all that in the hands of the woman, and the woman is 99 times out of 100, 9 times out of 10, if I'm generous, is going to get child support. That means they're going to get more money. That's all to it.
Yeah.
And that's another big part of it too. The man's not going to file because at this point in time, it hasn't changed enough to like the stuff that's going on in Florida to where you're going to win. That's what people don't understand. Like, bro, you're not.
I get that, but if you don't make an effort, which the vast majority of men don't make the effort, how the fuck is anything gonna change?
Yeah, but that's the reasoning behind it. You listen. It's like you saying, "Hey, man, it's a fucking tiger in there. You can try and wrestle it and survive." Yeah, you can try. I mean, it's possible, but is it probable? So why would you put yourself in an unnecessary situation?
Yeah, that's why.
I see what the brother is saying though. Like if a man makes 100K and a woman makes 200K, men are more likely to say, "Man, just let her have it. I just want a divorce and start anew with my 100K."
I get that.
Where a woman would say, "No, I want everything."
Yeah, I get that. But here's the thing, though. I'm not just talking about getting like actual. I'm not just talking about getting like the payments, but to topple the system, because we all know that anything that men does, they're gonna amend shit so that they make it harder for everyone to actually participate in it. So I'm not just talking about like getting a child support payment. I'm talking about toppling the system.
Yeah,
Stop
you're
trying
talking
to play
about
the honor game, the ego game, and just play the same game they play. Play just as dirty, be just as persistent. Because at the end of the day, they're not gonna show you any mercy. Stop trying to show these women mercy, because they ain't gonna show you none.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I talk about that from the standpoint of like, I'm somebody who I personally feel like, I feel like, I hate that term, but I'm somebody of the mind that I don't give a damn about trying to get money up out of her, but I understand as an act of protest, civil disobedience, whatever we're going to call it, that men should. I don't care if the most you can get from her is $5 a week. Go down there and put the paperwork on her, and do it. Just do it. Yeah. Go down there and just do the shit. And if men collectively did that shit at the same level and same rate that women did it, that would force a change. That's why I'm no big fan of behaving and conducting myself like them, because I'm just not a shiesty dude like that. But at the same time, if we can acknowledge from a large scale macro standpoint that there is, for lack of a better word, a war, then yes, men should move accordingly to move the needle on a large scale like that. So
Bernard, it's like fighting a war. The one side is playing like the guerrilla warfare, right? As a matter of fact, there's an actual real life example. The British were trying to fight war like how it's been fought for like hundreds of years. So the colonial people were like, hell nah, we're gonna fight them in hiding. We're not gonna meet them out in the open. We're gonna do guerrilla warfare.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta stoop lower than your opponent sometimes. It might not be the most honorable thing, but it's the thing that's gonna make it so you can thrive.
I experienced that. I experienced that firsthand when I was doing when I got custody of my kids. I went in, playing fair, wasn't trying to leak out nothing that I didn't, that I didn't want. I didn't want things written about her on some legal documents that somebody could look up. But eventually, after I saw how dirty she came in there, she came in dirty with some stuff that wasn't even true. And I'm sitting there withholding. I'm withholding the truth because I don't want to drag her. But she came in there with lies that wouldn't even that. So in long story short, when I came back in there, I came in locked and loaded. I learned.
Yeah.
So yes, you have to come in fully on 10, locked and loaded, 100% ready to go. Yeah, men definitely got to understand that it is war.
I'm not saying it's gonna 100% solve everything, because at the end of the day, there's no 100% solution. But there's like a ton of dudes that's sitting on like actual information. They're trying to show somebody mercy that don't give a fuck about them, because the vast majority of the time when you get out of a relationship, she is completely detached and she is willing to do whatever she needs to do because she's incentivized to do it. And you're just as incentivized if she's on some fuck shit. So I get the whole thing in Florida, right? But that's only one state. There's only one state that is happening in. Every other state, it's not happening in. So what are you going to do for the states in the meantime? Are you going to wait for the other states to follow suit? Because that could be decades.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So again, I agree with what you're saying. Men are going to have to make a concerted effort to increase those chances and those things. But then too, you got to understand, like, bro, that's never going to change in Cali. That's never going to change in New York. So I think there's other things too to where, like, hey, move. Or that's why I say too, for one, why the hell you even get married in 2023? First off, again, if you're
there you go.
Again, hey, if you want to, I'm not. Hey, live your life, brother. Do your thing, so on and so forth. But at this point, you get what you get, and I don't feel bad about it. I mean, but to those that are already in the situation, and there's more than a 50% chance it's not going to be successful. I would say, what I'm saying, by all means, if you can, start looking up the laws and things. That's why I say one of the things we don't do, man, is learn this stuff, bro. Again, I represent myself in all of my family court dealings, even my divorce. Me and my, ex agreed to the terms, so on and so forth, wrote everything up, presented it, and that was it. No lawyers involved, whatever, la. Niggas swear I can't handle my bitch, but I ain't never lost to a bitch yet. I don't know. I just had to throw that in there. But this is the whole thing. Another big thing, and Bernard, I don't know if this I don't think this has been said here. And I meant to do this a long time ago, I just ain't got around to it. But what you need to start doing, especially for your sons, is emancipated minors. All right. If that, instead of having to fight your ex or baby mama or whoever, if and when you can start getting that child, especially if they're in a fucked up situation, right? The mama not giving the money, no way. You know what I'm saying? She out, she's still out in the streets. Your kid is what I think you got to be at least 15, 16 years old, depending, right? And she done had back-to-back babies and all this other shit about however many different baby daddies. Hey man, this is the most important part of being a father. And then now she got to, like you said, that strategy. She got to fight a war on two fronts. Because if you got your child going to be emancipated, right? Due to, and then you ain't really, he or she can say what the hell really going on. Hey, these are my living conditions. This, not this, and all, so on and so forth. I'm not satisfied. Now that will really be, atomic type bomb of things. I think that if more men, more fathers started getting their children on their side, not and truly, of course, bro, if you don't give a fuck about your kids, don't do it. But if you are one of these fathers that's been fighting tooth and nail, you know what I'm saying, and you done spent tens of thousands or thousands of thousands of dollars to try and get that custody, and your kid, cares about you, respects you as their father, hey man, that's not dirty, and it actually is in the best interest of the child and the best turnout for everybody involved. So that emancipated minor thing is something that I've been meaning to do for a minute. I just hadn't really, pinned it down. But that's something we definitely need to start talking about as a avenue and strategy for more fathers to come out successfully in parenthood.
Yeah. Listen, I'm all about talking about whatever strategies that you can do to like win. But the problem is the vast majority of dudes, again, on that honor shit. I don't want to do it because I don't want to stoop that low. Nigga, you gonna have to stoop low. If your opponent goes low, you gonna have to go lower, and you not gonna. They don't have no morals about it. They don't have no squabbles about stooping low. So stoop even lower. I know it's hard. I know that you've been conditioned that you have to have honor. You have to spare the woman. No, because she ain't gonna spare your dumb ass.
Yeah, you got to go in there fighting. Like you gonna see people be talking about female nature. You see that nature in its full glory, and yet if you find yourself in divorce court or any type of child custody type of situation, that's when you see that nature in its full glory or lack thereof. So yeah, no, you gotta come in ready for war. Ain't no if, ands, or buts about that.
The odds are stacked against you, and when the odds are stacked against you, the last thing you're supposed to be doing is trying to play by the rules. It's like if you're playing a basketball game and you already at a handicap of 30 points at the beginning.
Yeah.
You need to do whatever you need to do to make up that deficit. All that honor shit.
All right, we got OGJ Speed in the building. What's going on? Oh shit! Is he here? Well, let me.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear me now. Hey, look, I don't have. Oh, somebody got a feedback.
That's you.
I don't have nothing against nobody fighting for their rights. But there are certain circumstances, bro. I don't think you hit on some of it in the beginning. Let's just put it this way. If you right now, Bernard, go out there and get hit by a car, and for some rod come through and kill your vocal cords, you gonna have to be retrained to do something else. And that insurance is responsible for you get rehabilitated. Now, I'm not talking about the guys who's in marriage and the girl is working and all that. I'm talking about you guys who go out there and tell your woman that you prefer them to be that woman, be at home, take care of the children. Then you are getting things that you are benefiting from your Social Security and everything else. You married this woman for 10 years, and all of a sudden, you get a divorce or she get a divorce for whatever reason, then there is a great responsibility for that. I ain't saying you got to do it for the rest of her life, but she got to be rehabilitated just like Bernard, who just got his vocal cord. Well, let me finish a name changer. Okay. So what I'm saying in these cases, these 304s and these old crazy ass wives that y'all talking about, this new generation, look, man, go out there and fight. Fight to the last rock you can throw. I don't have no problem with that. But there are special circumstances. And I think some of these old marriages has been past 15 to 20 years should be grandfathered in, just like when you buy a house. These laws only apply to people at a certain point. I think, maybe it's a good thing. And please don't never say California's not going to do something, because California fool your ass every time. It's just when people get tired of something, they get tired of something. And I don't have a problem. Like in California, it's long term, right? We don't have that concubine thing. Boyfriend can move in and move in your house and everything else. We don't have no provision in the law to protect you against that. I mean, and then another thing is, like most time when you have an accident or you have an accident on a job, they have to pay for the rehabilitation. The rehabilitation of a person who's been working in your house, man, for 10 years, taking care of your kids, taking care of your house, can't even turn a damn burgers or do no fries at McDonald's. It'd just be cruel if you just want to put that type of person in that situation. That's all I got to say.
Well, what I got to say to that, OG, is you should be cruel.
First, you got to get a microphone that it can be on Earth, because you real bogging down.
You got to turn your hearing aid up, old man. But no. I'm saying that we should be cruel, and I think that that's what the brother was saying, a moment ago. That cruelty is good when you're dealing with somebody who is equally cruel. They're willing to take things to, I mean, you can't have like house rules, or you can't have like boxing ring rules with somebody that'll kick you in the nuts. You got to be equally willing to kick in the nuts. And
did you not hear what I said?
Yes, I did hear what you said, but what you're saying.
But wait. I was talking about special circumstances. I wasn't talking about the ones you had to get in the ring with. I say beat the hell out of them. What was you? What conversation was you in, bro?
No, I'm saying just like as a general rule. I mean,
no, we covered that. That's a given.
As a general rule, and as the laws pertain, because what happens is once a person takes on that mentality that you should protect a certain type of woman, which is how these disfavorable laws that we have now began. It's like, okay,
no, it didn't. Y'all don't know the history of this law. Y'all really don't know the history of this law.
Okay,
y'all really don't know the history of alimony, how it got started.
I know the history of it.
No, I want to hear OG say the history of it.
Okay, and the history. Okay, so the history of alimony was there were a time, and see, this is why I made two different conversations. There were a time when women, I would say, up to 80 to 90% of the women were in the household. They get married young. I understand, but they get married. They was young. They had no skills to work outside the house, and so. Listen.
You're making Game Changer's point.
Exactly.
No. I'm not making his point, because what he did.
That's why I wanted you to make.
No. Listen. What I'm saying. Listen what I said. When y'all for that first, this is what I'm just saying is some of y'all got so much fucking hateful. Y'all don't even listen to a conversation when a person. No. Yes, you do. Some of you. Let me finish. Then. The first thing I said when I came in, there's special circumstances. The special circumstance is when you decide you marry your girl, right? Yeah. And you tell your girl, look, y'all.
The special circumstance. Hold on. The special circumstance is the marriage itself. That's what you just said.
No. I say when you decide to marry your girl and y'all plan how this marriage is go. Okay, y'all plan how this marriage go, right? You saying, you know what? I'm going to be the breadwinner in this family. What I want to do is raise a family. I want my kids to be taken care of by no nursery, no none of that bullshit. I want hands-on with my wife. And, okay.
Wait, OG.
Can I finish? And then
like 10% of the actual men that can do that shit.
And that's what I say the special circumstances was for men like that. Y'all didn't hear that part when I first came. I said for men who do things like that. I wasn't talking about the general public. The general public, this fair game. Whatever y'all said this morning is fair game. I was saying for that special circumstances for like older women who has been established in that type of relationship versus this new generation where both people are out there working. I say that's fair game. I say that was fair game. That's all I said.
The reason why I brought this up is because
real quick, is this your king? Your mic, I think your mic is real low because we keep trying to jump in and we could like barely hear you. Just so
I
don't know, or maybe when OG mic is on, your mic.
I might have moved it.
All right, but
I can hear him well.
Yeah, okay. You just turned your hearing aid up. But go ahead, Game Changer.
No, so that's what I was saying. You were talking about how the laws were originally established because, women didn't have the skill set for the corporate world because they were preparing themselves for wife and motherhood. And then a lot of women were left out in the code because of divorce. So alimony laws was meant to counter that. I get that. But what we're doing now and what I'm saying that you're doing now is you're talking about a circumstance under which alimony is applicable. See, what they're doing, what has been done was people have taken minority cases cases that are rare and made that into the law for just a plurality of marriage. So once you start doing that, OG, it becomes a slippery slope, and then we're back where we started. We have to sometimes be able and willing to say that, listen, you know, with these new laws, the majority of people will benefit. And it is unfortunate that every now and again, there is going to be a woman with no kids, with no adult children to take care of her, who has housewifed herself, you know, for 50 years or something like that, that finds herself in a bad situation. It is unfortunate, but true. Just like a man can work for a company for a very long time and find himself homeless, you know.
Right, but I'm just saying, you're talking about an individual. You still wait a minute. You're talking about an individual who don't have to depend on nobody but himself, versus a contract you made with your wife. And said you want. Okay. Oh no. We're not talking about this. See, this is what I'm saying is wait. Y'all keep acting as if I'm saying we paint this with a broad brush. I'm just saying in them circumstances, this is what the court is for. I'm just saying the law is written. All right, the law is written, but I'm just saying is
being used against
up to this point, there was all antiquated laws should have been off the books a long time ago. That's what we agree. Right. Okay, we agree along with that. But what I'm saying is, in any law on the books, there's always gonna be a special circumstance. And if you think about this,
that's my
why should no. Think about what I'm finna say right now. And I think it would make a little sense if y'all just try to listen to me. If you that dude, right? Think about this. If you that dude and you got that bag and you want your children not to be raised by anybody else, all right? You want that woman to be hands-on on them children 24/7. She has no skill, but that's why you married her, because you didn't want some bossy woman to raise your children. You want a woman, a soft woman who's going to submit to you and everything. And you have that woman for 15 years, bro. And then all of a sudden, y'all get a divorce, and you think you just supposed to just not invest in her.
Nobody said that. Hold on, wait, real quick. Hold on, wait. Let me go. Okay. I broke down the nuance of that earlier in the show, that, you know, if it's a situation like that, and damn it, it just slipped my mind what I was going to say because I was having to fight.
Game change. You shouldn't have did that. You know, Bernard getting old. You shouldn't have did that.
I am. Not for a lifetime, though. It shouldn't be for a lifetime.
No, it should be rehabilitation. Just like I said, that's why I brought up all that stuff.
She need to be rehabilitated. Here's what I'm saying. Every now and again, you have to say, fuck a certain amount of people. You know, in order for the remaining.
Oh hell no, you can't do that, bro. You can't do that, bro. No, you can't. You cannot do that, bro. You can't. You know what? If you do that, you a no good motherfucker who should never have kids. No, sir. No, if you do that, you just a no good motherfucker, bro.
Okay, I remember what I was gonna say. I remember.
But no, I gave you that in the beginning. I said you cover that.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so.
I remember what I was about to say. Hold on. I got. Oh damn shit! You almost made me forget it right there when you said that. I didn't sleep that much last night. Here's the deal, and I said this when I was in my opening. If you're gonna say that in a situation where a woman, let's say she got married young, she could have been in school, she was in school, she got married, she stopped going to school. This man, you know, to be the wife to this man and mother to the children, and then after 15 years they get a divorce, and then now basically 15 years where she would have been going to school, getting an education, building work experience, and having a career, all of that's gone, taken away from her. So it's almost like you're just throwing her back to the projects. So she need, you know, something. Yeah, I actually understand that, but here's the deal: that idea and that concept cannot exist in the same world as no fault divorce, because that means that she could just basically be that stay-at-home wife and mother, and at any moment say, okay, he's built himself up, you know, I'm 35, he's 40, he's made all his money, he got everything set, he's doing good, I'm about to cut his ass in half and go and take the house and just go do the damn thing. So you would have to basically have the laws have to be set up to where it would have to be like some really serious circumstances where that divorce happened. And then they could take into consideration that, okay, we can't just, it would be wrong. This man been, they've been together. They've been a family. They've been a unit. And it was some shit that wouldn't really just her just on some bullshit, but some legitimate shit that where they separated. It's wrong to just throw her back to the projects. I understand that argument, but you can't have we got to take care of her and no fault divorce at the same time.
You can't.
Again, Bernard. I gave you that. Wait a minute. Listen to me again.
So you only
I gave you that from the beginning. I gave you that from the beginning. You did discuss that. That's the first thing I said. Bernard, you covered this in the beginning, and I said you gave that.
So what are you doing right now? Right now you're bringing up Okay, let me just say what it sounds like you're doing. You're bringing up the circumstances where most people would say, no, she don't need no alimony for the rest of her life. She shouldn't be getting no alimony or anything from this man when she moved on and she with another man and she got another man in his house and all of that. That's what Florida. I love that part where Florida said, if she in a supportive relationship, it don't even got to be her husband. We're going to take all that into account, and all of that's going to be taken into account before we just keep taking money for this man and from this man into perpetuity forever. But I think most people, even though Is This Your King on the panel probably disagree, but I think most people understand that in that exact situation, that very specific situation that you described, that something need to be done, something amicable that makes sense need to be done.
I said that. Hey, wait.
All right, well, hold on. But no, then you don't need to say no.
But I need to say this. I need to say no. Okay, go ahead.
It's not that much that you need to say because most people agree with that. But
I'm saying they argue against shit you just said. They argue against shit you just said.
Hold on. Is This Your King on the panel? I can't see his name, but that's his name down there. He said he disagreed 100%. So I'll let him go at OG. I think he's of the view that nope, throw her ass back to the projects. Even if you know
the degree of throw her back to the projects, right? Listen, I'm of the mindset of you take care of her for as long as the child is like a minor. There should be no lifetime alimony. There should be no lifetime alimony. Like
I rock with that.
I don't think that any man is any decent man is of the agreement that they're the mother of their child should be in jeopardy, because that would mean that your child's in jeopardy, right? I think that if your child is still a minor, let's say you were with that child, you were with that woman for 15 years, you had a child within like year 2 or 3, right? You make sure that you take care of her, which is taking care of that child for as long as that child is a minor, right? But the moment that that child becomes an adult, cut her off, because she had enough time to get her own stuff together. If she is completely dependent on you to keep the lights on and that child becomes an adult, cut her the fuck off. Because she isn't gonna hold up before you say anything. Because if she isn't trying to do anything, she wasn't trying to do anything between that time that she was getting the support, she ain't gonna do nothing, because that's how that works with most people. People don't appreciate things if you are just carrying the bill. I think alimony should be out of the question. I don't give a fuck if you didn't have the skills. Because reverse it. If a man got up underneath a woman and he had no skills and she the breadwinner, no one is going to be rushing to take care of him.
And California's ass will be, bro. See, this is what I'm just saying. And no, hell no. Hell no. See, y'all. No. You stop, bro, because you arguing against your own goddamn self. Because the Bernard said the same thing I said, then you said the same goddamn thing, and then you got mad because I said it. You got mad at he said the same damn thing I said. I did not say overall. I said a special circumstance. That's what I'm just saying. But no. Let me finish. Let me finish it. I know what this is now.
Finish my point. OG, listen.
God damn,
Bro,
that damn spaceship is
I
never gonna make it
I
to
didn't
Mars, bro. You're gonna be out of gas. Go ahead, get it in.
Oh yeah, please do. Please do. Be quiet.
No, you don't fucked up now. Now
please
you don't
do be
fucked up now.
quiet.
I was being quiet till you said that bullshit. You don't fucked up now, motherfucker. You don't told your goddamn G-string now. Okay, you ask me respectful, I do that.
OG, let me finish my goddamn point.
Well, I hope he listened to you.
Go on. OG, stop talking.
All right, OG, yeah. Let him get to the end of his point.
What I'm saying is that you only should be worried about that woman if she has the child. That's the right thing to do. The moment she doesn't have that child, the moment that child is outside the nest, to hell with her, because she had enough time to get her shit together. And then she chose to give up whatever she gave up. Everyone has the freedom of choice, right, OG? So she chose to give up her choice, right?
For you, bro.
She not doing what? Hold up. I didn't ask you to answer me.
Yes, you did.
I'm not finished with my point.
But nah, is he slow?
No, I'm not slow. You're slow because I'm not finished. I ain't asked you to fucking answer.
Is he slow?
No, I'm not slow. Listen, here's the deal. I'm saying what I'm saying, and I'm just gonna wrap it up so you can just fucking go on your emotional rant, your appeal to.
I ain't never been emotional, bro.
No, because you're.
Nah, I ain't never been emotional.
Shut the fuck
up. When I get emotional, you usually be ass kicking, so I ain't never got emotion, bro. I get loud, but I never emotion, bro.
No, listen.
So again, go ahead, get it in, bro.
If she's without the child, then she should not be taken care of at all. Period. And if she has no children, oh no, you definitely shouldn't be taking care of her.
Okay, again. Okay, so you say that's all you had to say.
Hold on, OG, hold on. You ain't the only motherfucker on the panel now. Hold on.
I know that fan, but he was addressing that to me. He was addressing that to me. But go ahead and get it in, fantastic. But Bernard say he was addressing that to me.
Yeah, let me make this counter though. But now again, no, that's not what I was telling you. No, bro, you're countering what you said earlier. A woman shouldn't be due fucking alimony for the time that the child is a child. No, that's what child support is for.
No, that's
once you're done.
No, fantastic. I was saying to take alimony off the table. I was talking about actual child support for the time that the child is an actual child. That's where.
Okay, so that's the distinction that I was missing. Okay, cool. So that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Look, hey man, adults are adults. Okay, your ass turned 18. We're in a relationship, so on and so forth. Once you're done with me, it's your motherfucking job to take care of your motherfucking self. Okay.
Exactly.
If you have my children, that's even further by law, where you have to be able to take care of yourself, and you're no longer dependent upon me. So if a woman cannot take care of herself and get the skills and do the same shit that would be expected of a convicted felon, the motherfucker has literally been locked up for doing a crime for years upon years, has stipulations to get out and seek employment. It should be the same thing for an able-bodied, non-criminal adult person. Okay, you being a fucking mother, it's 2023, not 1933. All right. Yeah. So if and when that man leaves that woman, or that woman leaves that man, it should be upon that woman, and this is what's not happening. She needs to seek employment. There should be timelines and things set to say, hey, look, here, if there is alimony, you'll get it for a set period of time. I believe there should be either a cap on it, or I say percentage-wise, or so on and so forth, or definitely time. And I say 5 years is really too much to me. But
yeah, hold on. What was written in there? What was written in there in Florida when I had it?
I think 2 years is good.
They basically said to that whole argument that she's been married to a man making $150,000 a year. She only got the skills to be the work skills outside the home to be basically a Walmart greeter. So they're basically saying there's they called it reparative alimony, where it's it's certain things you need to do. Like if she's gonna spend I don't know 2 years or whatever to go take some classes, do what you got to do, finish her degree. It's they said that the man will have to pay a little something while she pick up the pieces, finish her degree, get her fucking CNA license, whatever the hell she got to do.
Yeah, I'm with that, Bernard.
Yeah, and I support that because I understand the argument. So I support that.
So what is y'all didn't hear what I just said? Rehabilitation. Wait a minute. What is it in this goddamn conversation that we're speaking English? And I know I fuck up some words every once in a time. What is it about rehabilitation I didn't say from the fucking beginning?
Listen,
OG, it's not that you didn't say it. OG is like you didn't put you went back to saying that the woman should be, whatever. We're talking
about. No, I did not.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. You didn't clarify whether you was talking about you came in talking about grandfather then as to where if a person was married before a certain time, it shouldn't apply to them. So you're saying at least at a 50% rate or whatever chance of people that's already previously married that these men would still have to put up with this bullshit and have to pay lifetime alimony.
I didn't say for y'all new 304. I didn't say I didn't say for y'all new 304s, the 306, 308s, or whatever fuck y'all want to call y'all women today. I said it for wait. I said it for the people who has established that term in their.
This is Sparta!
Why should we care, OG? Listen, here's the deal.
OG gone.
I know. I'm just because he probably still in the clouds. So what I was saying in the first place, he's talking about rehabilitation. She wasn't in no goddamn prison or no mental hospital. She was in a relationship. Rehabilitation for what? She made a choice, just like everyone else makes a choice.
Not just a choice of one that benefited her. She purposely married the man that was highly successful or the man that had the potential and stayed around for that reason. So, like you said, this whole thing to where like these women are victims somehow, some way, and that's what feminism did to turn it into a way to where, oh, you're leaving this woman high and dry with your children. No, motherfucker, especially as I said, at the 70% rate, it's her leaving the husband. And she has the incentive in every fucking thing to leave him because she's going to, before now, outside of Florida, still possible to get paid for life. While, like you said, get the house or even if she don't get the house. This is what I say too, right? So a lot of shit that were like there's no alimony or so on and so forth. It's not alimony, but if you divorce that woman, there's no alimony granted, and she has motherfucking rights, have property rights. That's alimony, but it's never going to be recorded because you're not making a payment to her, but you cannot sell that property or benefit from that property without her sign off or her getting a cut. So that's why I say same thing to the even smaller shit, right? Y'all live together. Both of y'all, one of y'all working at fucking Walmart, the other one working at damn, Papa John's or some shit. Okay, I'm getting the motherfucking furniture set. I'm getting that TV. All right, well, motherfucker, that's never gonna show up as alimony. But now your ass got to buy a whole brand new furniture and a brand new fucking flat screen. So I hate when this shit happens, man. And nobody ever talks about the nuances and goes into the full details of men losing in marriages. Period. Especially like I say when there's children involved. When there's children involved, man. Hey, she gets the car. You know what I'm saying? That's not gonna show up on alimony, but now you got to go buy a brand new car. And then furthermore, you have to be able to provide for yourself and provide a safe place for your children to visit you when you have your children. So again, man, like I said, the people that's been through this shit or men that experienced it, it's the tide is slowly turning. Florida's just the first of, and like I said, just like we had this constitutional carry thing. That happened within I want to say 3 years. Somebody did constitutional carry back in 2020, I believe, or right after, not 2020, but post pandemic. And now, they're trying to do that from trying to get it passed from a nationwide aspect. Or there's definitely a lot of more southern states that are doing it. So I would say the same thing is going to be that way here within 3 or 5 years in the southeast region, if nothing, or more Republican states. And that's what I just say, man. If you're crazy enough, or whatever enough to get fucking married in 2023, man, just make sure somewhere to where you're gonna take the least amount of a loss. That's what I would say.
I would say don't bother anyway because the institution isn't set up for it to benefit you. The only benefit I think you could really get when it comes to marriage is in-house. That's not enough. That's not enough. Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
You can get that without marriage.
Bernard, I'm just saying that's the only real benefit is that you have in-house, like right there. Versus like if you're a single man, you're gonna have to get outside your house and get it. So that's the only real benefit. I don't see the benefit of actually getting married. There's too many there's so many pitfalls, and I don't think that alimony should be a thing, because I don't think that you should be responsible for the upkeep of a lifestyle that you provided for somebody else. Just like if the roles were reversed, right? We reverse it to say the woman is the one it's rare, but the woman is the one that's providing the lifestyle for the man, right? I don't think that that woman, if they got divorced, right, she should be responsible for his upkeep either. The only thing I really think that should be a thing is because the double whammy of alimony and child support, that's a fucking insult. That's an insult right there. It's just like, why I gotta pay you and then pay you again for the upkeep of the child, and there's no guarantee that you're gonna do what you need to do, because they don't keep up with that at all. They don't keep receipts on what's done with child support at all. They don't.
Yeah. One thing that Florida did when I read through the article, they don't take into account what she's accustomed to or what lifestyle she's used to living. That's not going to affect the amount. It's going to they're saying it's going to be based off whether or not they can legitimately see that it's needed. If they was functional, like, but basically if she's going to be basically just instantly after divorce, it's going to be some extreme poverty, then they're gonna then they'll do something.
Leave her out there, but even still, even with the immediate poverty, right? I mean, it's just like
to that I say don't divorce. She shouldn't have divorced him. But then the only reason we can say that is because no fault divorce is there. Now, if it's not no fault divorce is there, and she can go down there and say, yes, I'm going to end up in extreme poverty after this divorce, but this man is beating my ass 3 times a week, and here's the evidence. Then that's a situation where you're just like, hey, it's like, but they pretend like it's across the board. Those situations where even the most chauvinistic person could say like, okay, in that situation, yeah, I could see her having to leave. I could see her needing to leave in that situation, and I could see that her going be in her leaving that's going to make her just in immediate poverty. Let's do something initially just to transition out of the marriage.
That's the point I was making before about minority situations. Like we're constantly looking at these isolated incidents and making laws that pertains to everybody because of these few incidents, and that's what I was talking to OG about, because he was bringing up like these very niche situations that entire laws are made around, and we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't have, seats for left-handed people because they're very few. I'm sorry if you're left-handed, but I mean, we're not going to reverse all books because of your situation.
Listen,
right quick, brother. Because then it turns into lunacy. Like, I mean, the 3 strikes laws, which, really had a negative impact on a lot of brothers. You had people, going to jail for stealing pizza and stuff for 25 years. I mean, that started here in California because a girl was kidnapped by a multiple offender. Her name was Polly Class. And she was kidnapped by, a person who people believe should have been in jail for a lot longer, but he was released and he's out kidnapping people and killing them and deleting them. So, like these individual situations, and you're making global laws. Like right now, they're trying to get, the Gibbets into the prisons of whatever they identify as here in California. That's stupid as hell. But because prison is particularly tough for, transitional people, and they try to make things better, they're really making it very, very, very bad for people in women's prison.
Well, if I get locked up, I'm transitioning. I'm transitioning. I identify as a woman. I'm being that women's prison, and
okay. See, don't let that get clipped, Bernard.
And no, but that's the.
There's gonna be a lot of It's gonna be never mind.
Well, no, that's the,
Oh,
that's
man.
and babies are going to be born because of this crap. So I mean, but that's the lunacy.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That it's gonna be a lot of prison babies getting born.
Yeah. I mean, but Bernard, that's the lunacy when you take individual cases and make global laws out of it.
Not
You know,
just
that's-
individual
and
cases.
that's what the
Gabe,
marriage.
you know.
Real quick, brother. And that's where we're at now. What's going on right
Mhm.
now? These huge payoff, these jackpot divorces and stuff like that has been going on for decades is lunacy, and it all started with the men's desire to protect a few women, very, very, very few
Yeah.
women. You got it, brother.
No, it's again, it's not just like individual cases, it's minority cases. When you're basing laws based on like minority cases, then everyone's going to be affected because then
Mhm.
everyone can it's like I'm of the mindset of if you're out here, if you're in a situation, in a minority situation, you have to make sure you prove exactly what your situation is. There's so many cases where like people are claiming abuse, but there's no paperwork on it or anything.
Yep.
There's no paperwork. Like the amount of time, how many times have you like been on a date with like a woman and she claimed that she was abused, but if you dig deeper, she ain't put no people in his life or nothing like that. So there's so many. If we base everything on the edge cases, everyone's going to catch hell for that.
Yep.
Everyone's
No,
going to
very
catch
true.
hell.
Very true. Lewis Conyer in the building with $10 super chat. He says, I remember I was on Clubhouse and there was a room where women was giving, I already read this one, but I'll go and read it again because it's important. Giving classes on laws in each state so you can marry your target and divorce in targeted years so you can get the most money. Know that, read that, understand that, and come in locked and loaded, ready for war if you ever find yourself in divorce court. The Gemini in the building says, can I pay the boot? Can I pay for a boot? All this damn yelling. We already got him. Shout out to JC the Conqueror on that one, and shout out to JC the Conqueror for that $10 cash app. I didn't announce that one. I think it's up on the board somewhere. Yeah, it's up there. But Ace Fast in the building says we cannot award women even if they are housewives with alimony, especially when they chose to leave. That's why I say that no fault divorce and alimony shouldn't exist in the same universe. It just shouldn't, because if they choosing to leave a situation where they was comfortable and they can't produce an iota of evidence other than they just don't feel happy. He's not making me feel loved, or I'm not feeling heard right now. Yeah, if they own some shit like that, then fuck them. That's why I'm saying if you're gonna have any form of alimony, even that I forgot what I said, reparation, whatever the fuck they called it, the short-term shit that's over a few years, so they can, or however long it take for them to get their shit back together, finish up their degree, or even if they're going to do that, they still shouldn't be able to do that in a world where no fault divorce exists, because as long as that no fault divorce is there, that means we can rightfully look at that woman like she arbitrarily chose to leave for whatever calculated benefit. We can take that as a possibility, and then now the whole alimony argument falls apart. So that it really, yeah. So anyway,
rehabilitation.
Rehabilitative alimony. Yeah, a man.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Appreciate that. He says a man doesn't get his money back for all the years he paid the bills for her to stay home. Right on. Good stuff there. And JC the Conqueror in the building. He dropped the bounty to get rid of OG. Simple Shit TV in the building says support black male media. Absolutely 100% do appreciate your support. And
what do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Shout out to Divine Mishu, says alimony inadvertently support 50-50. You know what? I know that's fantastic to be talking about them 50-50 relationships. I know that's part of his logic, even though he ain't never getting married again. But the logic behind that is in this world we live in, you at a risk. In some places they got what they call it, palimony. I think Tom Lakers call it palimony. I don't know the official word for it. Where you
called it vagina-mony.
Well,
vagina that you once got.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, that he called alimony vagina-mony, but that palimony is if y'all was never married, y'all was just living together.
Oh, remember, it was it came, the term came about really, from what I remember, when that Blue Jasmine chick blew up because she did like an interview with like Kevin Samuels about that, where dude was still paying like for her car and her house and stuff like that. But I think that was like really a thing. That's really a thing, like mostly in Canada. I mean, it's starting to spread a little bit, but in Canada, there's a lot of dudes that's paying palimony. But you know,
yeah, but anyway, in this day and time, yeah, it's like you running more of a risk having the tradition, the type of chick that I think most dudes ideally would want. Risk comes with that because they're not. A lot of them aren't truly that. They just own some. Hey, I just want a nigga to pay for everything for me, and I'm just chilling until they get tired, till they get bored, and then they out. But if you fuck around and she got legally binding documents on you, then she leaving and she taking shit. So it's like, that's why I understand the logic of Fantastic. Some used to be saying like, nah, you gonna work, you gonna do something. It's gonna, you ain't about to just be in here just chilling.
Yeah, pretty pussy ain't enough, man. Being pretty and having a pussy is not enough. And again, that's something that always been on record. That's more of an old fella thing, man. Where hey, man, you gotta take care of your woman, and it pays the cost to be the boss. Nigga, fuck out of here. That bitch finna pay me to do something. Just sit around here and give me some head and some pussy. No, bro, get the fuck out of here.
In a normal traditional world, it makes sense. But we not in a normal traditional world. We in a modern world.
Long beyond it.
So that's where even if you try to even the shit falls apart. The shit falls apart.
Well, the thing is that dudes need we need to up their standards then, because then look, I say stop marrying broke ass women.
Well, I wouldn't even say marrying, period, bro. This is the thing. More likely than not, but now you go into the whole nother era when you say this. This is why I say a lot of the stuff, man, it sounds good on paper, but it's hard for you to do it. Okay? Again, you niggas swear y'all don't like fat bitches, but if you like black bitches, you got a 30% chance of finding a non-fat one. Okay? You say you don't like baby mamas, right? Okay, again, if you like black women, that's your target audience, you have a 40% chance. So now you want a non Hold on, GC. I'm just saying. I'm just speaking in general. That's why I like to break everything down by the numbers. But that's what I'm saying. I like to break everything.
I just want to make clear, right quick, Fantastic. I will take a slim white woman over a fat black woman. Like, there is an extent to how much I like black women, and that extent is about 50 pounds. Like, I want to make that clear. Like, fat trumps her blackness. Period. All right.
Okay, well, for the record, you did take up for Lizzo yesterday. Just so don't forget that.
I took up for
never thought I'd see today. Don't matter. You were game changer defending Lizzo. I'm just saying. I never thought I'd see today. But anyway, listen, and I feel
changer defending Lizzo is crazy.
Yeah, again, bro. Listen, bro. I swear to God, bro. A train came out my house last night, and I was ready to see the Lord. Anyway, listen, man. This is what I'm saying. By the numbers, it's a lot of things that niggas say they want, but again, is it impossible? No. But is it probable? That's what I'm saying. So when you start talking about this shit, man, improving the women you deal with, bro, how many and older, right? So again, if you're a guy and you start peaking in your late 30s, early 40s, and you're looking for a woman to not even marry, just take serious in a relationship, what's the chances of, and how are you going to be able to find that woman, you know what I'm saying, that's not overweight, don't have no kids, and not broke? What percent? I will ask you that question. What percentage of black women do you think fit that criteria?
I think that
once again, Fantastic. If something has to give, it will be the blackness. Like okay, so we have a list of things that we want. If I had to take something off the list in order to get what I want, it would be the blackness.
Well, GC, that's you. And GC, I got you. GC, that's you. Respectfully, that's what I'm saying. But GC, I'm not fucking with no white bitch. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not my target audience.
You need to go ahead and open up your horizons. Open up your
Well,
horizons.
no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if she fine and she throw it at me, I'm catching it. But she got to be like, for me to even consider a white bitch, she got to be like, 8, 9 a dime material for the most part, for real.
Why is that? That's a whole nother show. But I am curious. Hold on. Let me finish the super chat real quick. I'm gonna ask you why is that. But Donovan Mitchell, thank you for that super chat. Do appreciate that. Kenneth Williams in the building says great content. Bernard, absolutely. Thank you very much. Do appreciate you dropping $10 on it. Now, fantastic. Why is that you just say I ain't fucking with no white bitch? Like, what's your reason? Because I know it ain't no blackity black black power type shit.
No.
Yeah, so why?
It's the way, because y'all know I like thicker bitches, man. So the thick white bitch and the thick black bitch is two different totally things, man. You find most thick white girls are fat. Okay, then they have a flat ass. So you see a white girl that's got all them hips and shit. Like, I don't know if y'all, it's a girl right now, the girl that's doing like the runway model shit. Like, she bad as hell. Like, from the front, you turn that bitch around though, and it's like, where it go? You feel what I'm saying? I'm an ass man, guy.
I mean, when it comes to her, I know who you talking. I know who you talking about.
Exactly. That bitch bad as hell walking towards you. But she turn around.
Yeah, that ass could have been a lot better. She been all on the
internet
going viral. I know you talking about. But overall,
you go to the gym.
It's just the shape for me, man. It's just the shape for me. It's just like the shape.
I'll say before I pass it to GC, I'll say that it was a time when I thought that was true, that most thick, use air quote, thick white girls was kind of fat. Like white girls, when they gained weight, they was more likely to gain it in their upper body or had that muffin top. But black women, it would gain weight, and it would be more in their hips, thighs, and ass.
Exactly.
I think I don't know what the hell white women did, but the game then kind of changed on that.
I tell you what they did.
Well, no, they weren't. That's the one that's be getting ass though, bro. That's what I'm saying. Now,
right quick, Fantastic. I tell you what they did, and Fantastic, you can back me up on this because you go to the gym. They have a particular set of ass workouts that white women do. I shit you not. It'd be white women and gay men doing the ass machines all fucking day. Like, and they do. And you see the progress. You see the ass develop from it. Like, I see it like in front of me. Like if I'm in a treadmill in the back, like, and they're in the ones in front of me, I see it. They be treadmilling their ass. They be doing ass ups and stuff. They do all kinds of ass workouts in order to please me. Like, that's what they do. So they are catching up. Like, and I did a video on this a year ago where, like they did that whole small face, pretty waist with the big bank, and it was white girls, and they were showing off that booty. So what I'm saying is they're getting the results of their work, and the results is access to my penis. I mean, if I have to take something off the list, it's got to be fat. Fat is the worst thing a woman can be. Like, in my opinion, I know you like
y'all scared of that fupa, man. Yeah, y'all got to embrace that fupa. Change your life. It'll change your life.
There's more than white chicks.
Call it what you want. Yes, I am. I'm scared of that. I mean,
there's more than
how
white
do you
chicks,
even know
bro.
that you're in the vagina when they're fat? I'm telling you,
very easily, brother. Very easily, brother. Very easily.
It's okay. Listen, he liked to listen. Fantastic, like the red bones. All right, listen. It's okay, Fantastic. But why we always gotta go to like white chicks when we talking about like it's more than white chicks, bro. Like it's more than that. There's plenty of women that got the shape that you want in different cultures. It just I don't know why we always default to that.
But bro, they're not around me. Listen, I'm telling y'all, bro. I don't like. I mean, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So this is what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Aren't you in Florida?
But no, I'm in Jacksonville. I'm not in Orlando or Tampa. I'm in Jacksonville, my brother.
You asked at Orlando or Tampa, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not finna move there. I'm set up here, brother. I mean, I make trips every now and again, but that's what I'm saying. So that's why when y'all be saying this is what I be talking about, and it's to each his own. Again, I love that little jalapeno pussy, right? You know what I'm saying? That's great. The bitch be rolling Mars and everything. Dami Little Poppy. Hey man, a nigga been around. Come on now. But listen what I'm saying. The whole thing is that's on for the most part, a lot of brothers are, have your thing. I'm not exclusive again. If a fine ass white bitch throw me some ass, hey bro, I'm mossing it. You know what I'm saying? Same thing as like a Latina chick. I would actually pursue a Latina chick. But for the most part,
Bernard had a point. Bernard had a point because so from I seen your Kendra G video, right? And white women weren't even on the list, and you were casting a net, that spanned outside of Jacksonville. You said light-skinned and dark-skinned. White is not included in that. You only consider, and this is not just your surroundings, because this is everybody listening to Kendra G. You only consider black women, and I know that you like that NOLA girl, type shaped women. I know that you like that. And Tyrone Magnus, he had some of those builds that you like too, with his current wife and his ex-girlfriend. So I know your type, and
I don't know who NOLA girl is.
Yeah, she Google her. She's pretty big. She red pill.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm saying you could have cast a net big enough to get some of these white thickums that you like so much.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, boy. And that's what y'all understand. I still had the white girls in my shit, but it's just not the ones that that I would ever really consider. That's just all it was, I guess.
No, they're not my first choice either. They're not my first choice either. But I choose them above fat bitches though. That's all I'm saying. Like you're saying that if I have these criteria and I apply it just to black women, then I have like a 1% chance, and I'll give you that. I give you that, which is why I do not apply it to just black women. I don't. First of all, I'm not going to limit my vaginal intake to 13% of the female population at all.
Your vaginal caloric intake.
Well, no, and again, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. You in GC, you also are in Cali. So like I said, y'all whole perspective is your fucking options are totally different from a nigga that's in Jacksonville, Florida. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
I get you. I'm saying, but if you online casting a big net that includes Cali, then throw some.
Fantastic. You need to get on Plenty of Fish, bro. Plenty of Fish.
Hell no.
Brother. Oh my god.
Plenty of Fish was trash back when I was on there. When I was on Plenty of Fish. Some while back, Plenty of Fish was trash. Tinder was like decent back when I was on there. It was Bundle.
So Bernard, hold on, Bernard. So I gotta ask you this, Bernard.
All right,
Bernard. So I gotta ask you this, Bernard. Bernard, did you have the BABG problem, Bernard, when you was on the fucking dating site?
What is the problem?
As in, you had very tall females that were fucking that you weren't sure about. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Liking your shit.
Females.
Yeah.
Very
tall.
Very questionably tall female.
No. See,
tall is not the thing that makes me question. I like tall women,
brother, that's what I'm saying, brother. Tall with a jawline, brother. It's too.
Hold on, real quick. No, if you spend enough time on dating apps, you gotta keep your head on the swivel. You're gonna have a situation or two. Hey, you might fuck, because some dudes get on there and they use this is what I used to do, because it's a numbers game. I used to get on there and just swipe right on every damn body, and then come back to my phone later and see who swiped on me. Bernard, and then because that's how Tinder. Hold on, my brother. Let me finish. Let me. The way Tinder used to work, I don't know how it worked now. But the way it used to work, yeah. If you swipe right on her and she swipe right on you, then boom, then only then y'all can talk. So it was like, so yeah, it's easy to end up match with a very questionable person. I'll just say that. And so yeah, it's issues. You gotta be careful.
Hey, brother, I'm extremely careful, brother. And like I said, there's too many questionable motherfuckers out here nowadays. They see a big ass nigga and they automatically, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, hey man, no, I'm good.
Hey, fantastic. Listen, it's gotten so bad that there's actual, clearly men that's on the female side.
Yeah, that too, brother. See, yeah,
dudes with whole beards is
report and block, brother. Report and block, bro. I report them niggas and block them at the same time.
Same thing. You have to.
What is your nigga ass doing over here, brother? Clearly, my shit is females only. Like you said, Robert. The fuck are you doing on this side, Robert? Why are you coming up with my options?
I would say just avoid like the online thing in general, because it's just a
I do that too.
Because it's like the bottom of the barrel, like females anyway. Even if you go on like Bumble, which is like full of attractive women, it's just like, if you're an attractive woman, why the fuck are you on here?
For attention. I met some attractive ones on there though. See, but it's like, but most of it is gonna be some bullshit. Like a lot of dudes who get in action on Tinder, they lower in their standard for the possibility of getting with somebody. There's no other way around that.
I'm curious. So brother, are you looking for a real relationship through fucking dating apps, brother?
No. I was only talking
for a hookup. I'm not even looking for a hookup on there. It's
okay. Well, you definitely need to broaden your horizons, brother.
It's fantastic. Post 2016, 2014 to 2016 was like really for me the prime of being on online dating sites. It's an absolute mess because now they got it where people could just not declare their gender. They got it where there's just a whole bunch of trash that's on there. I wouldn't suggest that anybody goes on there, because even if you do find on the unicorn where she's attractive and she don't have a whole bunch of like bullshit in her profile, you're subjecting yourself to a whole bunch of like rejection. And most of these dating sites anyway, Tinder now, I went back on there. They're making you pay to even get matches. Most of these sites are making you basically pay to get matches. So it's not even worth it. 2014 and 2016 was like really the peak of it. It's been downhill ever since.
Yeah, and the time that I was on there, it was probably from about 2015-ish. I don't know if 2014, but I say 2015 to about 2017 or 18 or something like that. Like, it was around that time. And I think I saw it sort of going downhill around 2018-ish, but I don't know if that was just my perception. But it was a moment where I was like, oh yeah, this is definitely viable. I was still going out, going out at night, hitting the club, hitting the scene and all of that. I was still doing all of that, but Tinder sort of accompanied it. And I met more women and, got more things jumping off with the women that I was meeting from swiping online. It basically damn near replaced. I still went out in the real world, but it sort of replaced it. And then keep in mind, Tinder is not as easy. It ain't like you just swipe and you get a match and then y'all just start, figuring out immediately my place or yours. Like, no, it's a sort of, it ain't no different from damn near like getting a chick number. You still got to go through the same process of trying to pursue her, so you may end up, going out to a bar with her, doing a little dating thing, depending on your game and how you work it. You may end up doing the same shit just like you pulled a number. So it's not that much different. It just makes it to where you don't have to go out and actually, go through the process. But that pool is what?
It's fast food dating. You're just going off of a menu, pretty much. Whatever's on there. And
the menu got to choose you.
You get what you pay for.
Exactly.
On the menu. Wait, right quick. I mean, if you go into Jack in the Box and you want a burger, you walk out with a burger. If you go on Tinder and you want a 9, you're probably not going to wind up with a 9. Like, I mean, it's not like it's worse than that, because it's kind of like going into McDonald's and say, yeah, I have a number 3, and they say, not in them shoes. Or are you too short for a number 3? Like, I mean, it's kind of like that.
You're too short for number 3. How about a double cheeseburger?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. But real quick, special thanks and acknowledgement. Shout out to Machismo TV.
Welcome to Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Saul T-Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
All right. Shout out to Machismo TV. Make sure y'all go and subscribe. They live stream over there in the midnight hour. I think 11:30 p.m. is when they come on. Hopefully I got that time right. Make sure you go subscribe to them. Burn it, but I think they call that burning the midnight oil. Is that what it's called? I don't know. Both ends of the night. I forgot how it worked. But anyway, shout out to Machismo TV. Shout out to Machismo TV. Make sure y'all go and subscribe. We're about to get the hell up on out of here. Shout out to Deacon Dave, Tinder Passport. Yeah, I guess that is a thing when you go overseas, you get on the apps. Yeah. I've talked to people about that. That's how I go. I haven't been over there, but when you before you even touch down in the DR or wherever you're going, you can already have stuff set up on the app. That's all I hear. But so yeah. But anyway, Deronimer in the building says, I get down with the BBW, but when it comes to the FUPA, that's where I have to diverge from Mr. Van. Nigga, there's a thing with a BBW without a FUPA.
That's anonymous.
Listen, Bernard. See, we gotta educate this brother. See, y'all be trying to clown me so much that y'all be fucking up the goddamn terminology, brother. There's FUPAs and there's flaps, brother. All right, brother. If you fucking with a BBW, there's a high chance she has a FUPA, brother. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of FUPA. Again, the FUPA keeps the pussy. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I gotta educate. The FUPA keeps the pussy at perfect temperatures when not in use, brother. Okay, that's what the purpose of the FUPA is. Okay. All right. Now, flap, that's something totally different, man. Your flap, you might need to readjust that thing. Exactly, brother. You gotta educate the people, man. Yeah, I'm telling you. I know, man. Y'all niggas try to clown me, bro. You'll never motherfucking shame me, niggas. You cannot SBE. You cannot SBE me out of the BBW pussy, nigga. It's never gonna happen. All right, bars. Okay, never gonna happen.
You out of that. Nobody's trying to SB you out of that. Listen, you enjoy what you enjoy. That's fine. What's the difference?
And for the record too, listen, don't think that I ain't out here bending mother. I ain't bent the skinny bitch like a paperclip either. Don't think it's don't get it fucked up.
My mic back, bro. What is a FAPA? What is a FAP?
What's a FUPA versus a flap?
A flap is self-explanatory. A flap, where like the bitch got a hole, that's like a flap of stomach. A fupa is just like her pelvis, to where like, you know what I'm saying, there's a distinction between her stomach and that. Just like, you know what I'm saying, the area between over the pussy. The area on top of the pussy is fat upper pussy area, brother. Like, you know, every woman has a little fupa anyway, like during her time of the month when she's bloated, like where a woman's like bloated just a little bit. Just a little pooch, a little pouch. A little pooch, a little pouch, brother. Okay, man, hey man, y'all want brother, miss out, man. It's more for me, brother. It's more for me. Go right ahead. Don't even worry about it. I got you.
Have it.
She not that bloated.
You say, send all the fine fupa bitches with me. Okay?
No, exactly.
If a bitch fine and you get her.
Fantastic. You know something?
Go ahead.
When you say have it, that is the truest thing ever. Anybody that live out here, including OG, will tell you that they do leave to go to places like Florida, like non-Miami, Florida, you know, to find brothers like you. They do.
Hey, go right ahead, bro.
So, yeah.
And we gonna welcome them. We gonna welcome them with open arms, and hopefully
and we'll send you that. That's it.
And hopefully,
were you at Fantastic? I forgot.
I'm in Jacksonville. Man. Listen, we welcome them with open arms, and hopefully they got open throats, brother. Again, we got open arms, and hoping they got open throats.
All the chicks that can't hack it out there in LA with all that good weather and bikinis and shit, they gain weight, they get fat. They send them all your way. You'll take all them LA rejects.
Baby, long as you come with open mouth and legs, we got open arms, baby. We got you. Go ahead. You gotta be pretty though. You gotta be cute.
Whoa. They fat. What the hell?
Again, game changer, brother. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you this, brother. Some of the most flexible bitches you ever meet in your life. Okay?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
You're never okay, nigga. You telling me? You telling me? But stop. Well, again, man, maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm okay.
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
No, hell nah.
Standard, bro. Bitches grabbing them ankles, nigga. I'm just telling you.
There might be like a minority of
That's why they go. That's why they go to the South, Bernard.
Well, again, man. Hey, man. You know.
You say, listen, fantastic. You saying they flexible? No, the fuck they're not. They're flexible for them.
All right.
not flexible in general.
Exactly. Have you ever seen pipe cleaners are flexible and they slim? Like, I mean, like Stretch Armstrong is flexible. Like, I mean, Mr. Fantastic is flexible.
It's easy to be flexible when you're sweaty as fuck. They're just slipping in.
No, again, none of that either, brother. Again, man, that's they make air conditioners for, brother. Ain't nobody sweating in all that oil and grease and all that other stuff, brother. No, sir. All right, okay.
Hey, again, hold up, fantastic. I want to hear this again. Tell me what's the difference between the fupa and the flap.
The fupa, brother, that's just like the pelvis area. A flap is her actual stomach, like laying over the pussy. You don't want none of that, brother. The stomach is over the pussy.
Fupa, fatty upper pussy area.
Yes, fat upper pussy area, brother. Yes.
Don't that hang?
No, it don't. It's a puffy. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. I'm the expert here. That's just a puff. It's like a puff or a pooch or a pouch, brother. The flap is the stomach. That you don't want. That's too much. That's when the bitch is definitely fat.
Yeah. Here you go. Hold on. Here you go. Fantastic. Here you go. Hold on. Come to flexible fat chicks. There you go. That right there. That's what you're talking about. That's what you're talking about right there. Fantastic.
That's a horrible example, but yeah, I mean that is less than ideal of an example. But
what's wrong?
That's
Why is that a horrible example?
That's bad. That's a horrible example.
Chick, is it not?
Nah, there y'all go again. Ain't no Lizzos. I ain't fucking with no Lizzos like that, bro. Come on now.
No, listen, fantastic. Let me tell you something. You talking about a fupa versus a gunt?
Right. What?
You don't know what a gunt is?
No, I never heard of
that. That's essentially the flap.
Oh, you said a gunt. You said a gunt.
Yeah, gunt.
Okay, I can figure it out. I put it together. Yeah, I figured out. That's my first time hearing it. But yeah. Okay, well, that's what we just call it something different, then, brother. Again, no gunt. Gunt is a no go.
That's what.
Like that, right? Her right there. Yeah, she definitely has a gunt. Right there. Yeah, that's all bad. That's no fupa at all, brother. That's all.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to hear you say that one time. That's funny. Listen, yeah, she does look flexible though, because I mean, my tall ass, I'd break in half trying to do some shit like that. So yeah, you're right. She's flexible compared to me, which isn't saying much.
Oh my God, that is the worst. God, Bernard, why you gotta do stuff? That's horrible.
That's bad. That's all bad, Bernard. That's all. Blame AM for that one. Yeah, blame AM a fool for that, man. Jesus Christ, that's horrible. That's all bad, brother.
But see what you're talking about. That's not too much. That's not too much worse than what you're talking about. That ain't too much worse than what you're talking about.
Oh, bro, that's way worse, brother. That's way worse.
How?
That's way worse, brother. I can pull up a fine ass fucking Instagram IG bitch that got a fupa, brother.
Please,
she's fine as hell.
I want to see this shit.
What'd you say,
brother?
No, I'm saying
huh?
Please do share that shit so I can see it, because I need to see
I'll put it on my community tab for you later, brother. I'm on my phone right now, so I can't share it. But I can give you several. Come on now, you forgot this the nigga. I'm an expert, brother. I'm a motherfucking PhD when it comes to
the BAPG.
Yeah, come on now. Y'all, that's y'all niggas out here. She over 140 pounds. She fat. That's the thing, man. Y'all go right ahead.
I just don't. When I hear fupa versus flap, right? I don't hear too much of a difference. I don't see too much of a difference, I should say, in my head. So you're gonna have to give us a visual representation.
Brother, you just said it. The gunt. You gave it your term, brother. I agree. The gunt and the flap is the same thing. Like, brother, come on now. We can definitely. That woman right there she don't have no fupa, brother. That woman. If she's over like 300 pounds, there's no fupa, brother. That's definitely like a flap. So again,
right.
that's like understood.
No, I have a different understanding of what a fupa is. So
you go all the way to 3.
What?
Well, no. Well, that's what I'm saying. Definitely. Well, depending on her what's name. Again, she could be 2 something or whatever, depending on how tall she is. Again, y'all know the I don't know.
Yeah, she's 11 foot tall.
But I mean, no, not 11 foot tall, bro. It's a chick that claimed to be the 200-pound girl, and she's like, bro, she's under 5'5".
What?
No, there's no way.
Okay.
Unless you got like an adamantium skeleton, there's no way that something like that would work.
No, fantastic.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you.
She's gonna be.
I'm just telling the lady built, bro. She built her whole fucking platform off of being the two. No, she's not. And I'm telling you, that bitch thicker than goddamn cold grits in motherfucking Antarctica, my nigga. Telling you, I think she's Nigerian.
I'm gonna be honest. I stopped counting after a certain weight. Like, I mean,
she got a
and it's not 200.
She's a sphere, bro. Yo, she's a sphere. I swear to God, she's a sphere.
No, I'm telling you, she's not. But like I said, I'll post it up for you if you non-believing niggas. Again, y'all only think y'all don't. You know what? Y'all don't even believe in the BBW. Y'all just believe in like fat. Y'all ain't bitches either skinny or fat.
No,
absolutely.
Y'all don't even believe in thick. Yeah, see
I believe in thick. I just think the water's been muddied between thick and fat to the point to where I don't even like to comfortably say I like them thick, because when I say that, people will go to assuming I might very well mean that shit right there that was on the screen.
Well, I mean,
like I don't want to get. Yes, that's what happened. Big girls hijack thick, and I can't even use thick like I used to. Like when Kevin Samuels was talking about fit. Kevin Samuels was talking about fit, feminine, friendly. I was in my mind. I was thinking, yeah, thick, feminine, friendly.
If she can stretch like that, she fit at least.
Well, no, that's
no.
Cardio is fit. She don't have no cardio. But no,
she ain't got an ankle. She got a cankle. Look at them cankles.
Why is the sock like halfway on? Why is everybody socks halfway on?
Because she had to stretch so far. Them socks said, "I give up."
Yeah. All right. This show. We at the 4-hour mark. I wanted to.
I'm gonna say this and get out, but no. Hey, I'm gonna say this and get out, but no. Hey, listen. Hey, none of them bitches on my 600-pound life single. That's what I'm saying. And I don't fuck with 600-pound bitches. But
man, I'm going.
Wait a minute. Are they with brothers from the South? I bet you I never seen an episode for obvious reasons. Are they with brothers from the South?
Yes.
I knew it. I knew it. The moment he said that they wasn't single, I was like, they have to be with brothers from the South.
Listen.
600? 600?
Yeah.
That's like 5 regular women. I didn't even know people got that big. That's ridiculous.
Oh no. These people, they be damn near. Some of them be moving around, but once they get that big, they damn near bedridden. After that point, they got
a whole
issues
show surrounding that. They got
a whole show surrounding that. So you telling me that they're not bedridden because they're bigger than the bed?
No, they get big ass beds for them.
No, they
take
have
2 queen size beds and push them together.
It's actually, I'm telling you that some of them be taking them California Kings and they be sitting them on that bed. They gotta have some better supports, but they got beds for them. Just saying.
I don't ever want to see it, but I gotta. That's just awful.
Well,
you ever wonder what Jabba to his wife, like, or what he was gonna do to Princess Leia, whatever it was. The shit wasn't.
Oh, jeez. Listen, I remember
like that.
Listen, I remember watching an episode of My 300-Pound Life, and there was like a 450-pound woman. Her husband or her boyfriend, I don't remember, was like 300 pounds. He had to help her, and he was like, "Damn, you too heavy." Both of them. He 300 pounds. She 450. You do the math. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. They got 750 pounds.
Yes. Big dude was.
That's an eighth of a ton.
Was big, and he was trying to help her. Man was out of breath trying to help her because they were going to the hotel room, and she was like halfway towards halfway through the corridor to her door, and she had to stop, and she was crying. He had to help her, and he was like, "God damn, you big! I swear to God."
All right, here's some shit here. All right, this is from that show. This is like the big. Now, I actually applaud all them for being men still mobile, Some of these they weigh the weight of people who can't walk. Like,
and we're all extremely nervous because none of us know how this is going to go, or whether the doctor's going to be willing to help us.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that this goes well, because if we can't get help here, then I don't think our option in New Orleans will pan out either. So this is it.
Carry your family?
And we didn't come all this way.
582.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
582.
Okay, that's him. That's him. He just got on.
582.
All right.
That's a little higher than I thought. I'm sure it's still smaller than Brandon and Rashawn, but I guess I'm catching up to them some.
Brandy.
All right.
Oh my God.
I would skip this part if I could. But it'd be nice to see if I was in the 500s.
No, you aren't.
But that may be wishful thinking.
620.
620. All right.
That number is embarrassing.
If you are wishing for
But the only other number I'm more worried about is Rashonda's weight. Clarence and me are just nervous to find out how high it's gotten for her.
It gets worse.
And that she could be getting close to 800 pounds.
I really don't want to do this.
God damn.
How much does that scale go up to?
Oh my God, look at how she waddles.
Because I think out of all of us, I'm the most likely to be so big that the doctor can't help me.
He can't.
803.
Oh my God.
Hold on. We gotta make sure we catch what happened after the 8th. Hold on. Gotta make sure we catch that part.
803.
Damn.
That's what I was afraid of.
That fat ass nigga said.
Sad music. They put sad music on cue after that.
This dude.
How he damn near 600 pounds. He damn near 600 pounds. He goes look at this. Damn.
Well, see,
Calling her fat. The pot calling the kettle fat.
Well, see, that's
why is
like
her hair red? Like who
that-
in the hell is looking at an 800-pound woman hair?
Well, see, here's the thing, though. That's like somebody that's like 190 pounds looking at the fact that I'm like 280 something, and they're like, "Damn." That's essentially what it is.
No, it's a whole percentage.
It's worse than that. Your percentages
I'm just saying
is even
it's
better.
it's a lightweight version of it, for lack of a better word. Like somebody like can't imagine they're my size. They're the same. It's the same situation. He close to 600 pounds, but that woman like 800 pounds. She's over 200 pounds heavier than him.
Hey,
that damn was so funny.
Cars is getting smaller with these electric vehicles and stuff. What the fuck are these people going to do? First of all, my car can't fit a big bitch, and that's deliberate. But like, what are they going to do? Cars are getting smaller.
Somebody said that a Prius weighs less than she does.
Probably. I would not put her in a Prius and try to drive uphill. That is a nightmare.
You're gonna flatten the tires, my man. You're gonna.
Oh no, it's gonna just fall backwards. Like, I mean, there's a lot of hills in and stuff. Like, you can't haul her up hills in a Prius or something like that, or a Tesla, or any electric vehicle. I know y'all don't have electric vehicles in.
Oh, we do. I researched. We do got them. They're rare. And we even got some of those little electric charging things, and like in my city, they not really here, but like when I go to Detroit, I start paying attention and like in the carports and stuff like that. They in there. But all right, but I gotta roll. I gotta get out of here. Thank y'all for coming up. And is this your king? That's your name. Can't nobody see your name, but the name of the brother is this your king? I don't know if you want us to call you, but cool. Thanks for coming up. Do appreciate your perspective. Shout out to Fantastic. He got it. Fantastic got it popping in here. That was some good laughs. OG got the boot. I forgot who else was on the panel, but man, appreciate everybody who supported the stream. Shout out to
get him off the panel.
No. That's all. That's part of the game. That's part of the game. Shout out to Salty Boss. Shout out to JC the Conqueror. Shout out to everybody who supported the stream. Even you emancipated niggers, if you're still listening. Shout out to all of y'all. Appreciate everybody. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we out of here. Peace. We gone.